DIRTVision offers you more ways to watch dirt racing than anywhere else. See live coverage of World of Outlaws sprints and late models on the standard stream, the DIRTVision dashboard, multi-view, or Dirt Zone. You decide. DIRTVision is home to the greatest shows on dirt.
Hold on tight to the checkered flag with our huge selection of high-quality titanium fasteners. Quality you can see, strength you can test. We use heat-treated, certified aerospace billet material that's stronger than grade 8 steel, and all of our parts are American-made with American metal, by racers, for racers. From micro, midget, sprint, and IndyCar to top fuel, tractor pull, and more. Visit our website to configure a custom bolt kit for your car, and we'll ship it to you in labeled bags. Smith Titanium. We winnovate.
I've been told my whole life that I'm pretty fast. For a girl. Well, I hate to break it to you, but that's not true.
Jay Anderson gets it done.
Because with the right team, you write your own story. So no, I'm not fast for a girl. I'm fast, period.
Stay up to date on the greatest shows on dirt with text messages from DIRTVision. Visit alerts.dirtvision.com to sign up. Get the latest info on your favorite National Racing Series broadcasts, plus those from our premier weekly tracks. Sign up now at alerts.dirtvision.com.
You wanted the best, you got them for a rest. Often imitated, never duplicated. The greatest show on dirt, the World of Outlaws.
DIRTVision presents World of Outlaws NOS Energy Drink Sprint Cars.
Often imitated, never duplicated.
The best drivers, the best coverage. DIRTVision is home to the greatest shows on dirt.
From the Six Nations Reserve in Ontario, the World of Outlaws NOS Energy Drink Sprint Car Series welcome you north of the American border into the nation of Canada and to Ohsweken Speedway for the Federated Auto Parts Six Nations Showdown. Good evening, everyone, and welcome into DIRTVision's live coverage this evening. My name is Connor Wade. Great to be in Canada. Great to be at Ohsweken. Supposed to be a two-night event for the World of Outlaws NOS Energy Drink Sprint Car Series. Mother Nature, though, with a lot of thunderstorms in the area yesterday, canceling last night's event and turning it in to a one-day show at Ohsweken. But nearly 5,000 people expected tonight, and a great field of cars in the pit area. We're set for an incredible night of action with the Outlaws back here at Ohsweken. A lot to tell you about the World of Outlaws coming off the Kings Royal weekend at Eldora Speedway. Anthony Macri got it done for the second season in a row, but had to defeat an outlaw that so badly wants that first career World of Outlaws win and got really, really close. Let's take a look back at the 43rd Kings Royal at Eldora.
Anthony Macri to the lead, nearly 3 wide for second. Brent Marks in that second spot with Garrett Williamson chasing him down the backstretch as they roll into corner 3 for the first time.
A good set of first turns for the 41 of Carson Macedo. He goes from 6th on the grid to 4th in the running order, completing the top 5, the 7S of Chris Windom. Williamson takes a look to the inside of Brent Marks. The battle for second off of turn number 2 and down the back straightaway, side by side as they enter turn 3.
Garrett Williamson to the inside. Brent Marks up the racetrack. Williamson's got the run. Garrett Williamson now to second in the 23. Garrett Williamson has caught the race leader as they reach traffic out of turn number 4. Williamson to the inside looking for the lead. He'll take it into turn number 1. New Kings Royal leader Garrett Williamson. Not for long. Macri back around him on the outside.
Lap traffic in front of them as Macri reassumes the race lead. Williamson to the bottom, side by side as they exit turn number 4. Momentum on the side of the 39M.
But Garrett Williamson is all over him. Now they swap lanes. Williamson to the high side in turns 3 and 4 looking for a run on the race leader.
As we watch that battle, the 14 of Rico Abreu continues his march forward from 10th to 4th now for the driver of the 14. Williamson in the lead as they head to turn number 3.
Now, Rico Abreu closing in on second place Anthony Macri as they work the traffic into turn 1. Abreu to the inside.
Battle for second given to the 14. Rico Abreu to the second spot. Third place may be up for grabs here as we continue to work through. As Macri takes a look to the inside of Abreu, the race for second, very tight off of turn 2.
Side by side, Anthony Macri back to the inside of Rico Abreu makes the move. The Concrete King back to second now. This time by, we've got 7 laps to go in the 43rd Kings Royal. Abreu again down low. Macri trying to get to the bottom of the speedway to block the progress. They'll stay side by side out of turn 4. Macri still second as they cross the line, but Abreu to the inside entering turn 1.
Slider, Abreu takes the second spot. Macri trying to come back at him on the very bottom side of the speedway. Macri has the position as they race through 3 and off of turn number 4 to 5 laps to go in the Kings Royal. Garrett Williamson to the top. Anthony Macri finding the bottom to his liking. We race to 3 laps to go and the battle for the win is on.
Macri to the inside, looks for the lead into turn 1. He'll have it out of turn 2. Anthony Macri, your new Kings Royal leader as they make their way into turn 3.
Anthony Macri looking for back-to-back Kings Royal crowns.
Caution, it's not over yet. Car slowing, it is the 17 of Spencer Baston. Giovanni Scelzi to the outside of Garrett Williamson. Rico Abreu to the inside. Rico takes second. Scelzi to the inside for third down at the end of the back straightaway. Back-to-back crowns for the Concrete King. Anthony Macri wins his second consecutive Kings Royal.
Anthony Macri, for the second season in a row, wins the Kings Royal at Eldora Speedway wearing the crown. We'll next see Anthony in action with the World of Outlaws next week, a week from today at Baps Motor Speedway, and the next weekend at Williams Grove whenever the Outlaws and Posse go at it yet again. Now, it's no secret that it was not the Kings Royal weekend that the full-time drivers with the World of Outlaws not Synergy Ranked Sprint Car Series won. And in fact, full-time Outlaws going winless all week at Eldora Speedway. Doesn't mean all of them don't leave with momentum. Doesn't mean all of them had bad weekends. However, let's take a look at the top 10 finishers from Saturday. While it was Macri going to get down over Abreu and Scelzi, some Outlaws still with very promising runs inside the top 10. You saw Garrett Williamson lead over half the race and end up in 5th. Buddy Kofoid had a nice Kings Royal run, the hard charger on Saturday night. Logan Shore would have been the hard charger if not for a 2-position penalty late in the race. Sheldon Hanschild was in the top 10, and Chris Windom driving from the work area back into the top 10 to finish 9th. His best Kings Royal finish, all that taking place in the last 7 laps of that race on Saturday night. The 3 that we want to dive into, though, Garrett Williamson, Chris Windom, and Logan Schuhart. Let's start with Garrett Williamson. Williamson, for the second Saturday night in a row, so close to his first career win with the greatest show on dirt. And what a story it would have been if he could have got it done at the Kings Royal. He led until 7 laps to go when Anthony Macri got him on a restart. Williamson fading a little bit towards the end, bringing it home in 5th. Let's also talk about Chris Windom. Windom running inside the top 10 pretty much the entire Kings Royal feature after starting the race from row number 2. Windom had a nose wing go bad late in the race, had to bring out the caution with 7 laps to go. He went into the work area. The team changed the nose wing until Windom, who restarted in 16th, drove his way back up to 9th. An incredible last 7 laps for Windom as he was able to get a number of positions to get back up inside the top 10. And of course, Logan Schuhart, 25-8 on the first night, 15-7 on the second night, plus 25 total feature positions gained across the 2 nights for Logan Schuhart. Williamson, Windom, and Schuhart all with momentum that they will try to turn into wins as the World of Outlaws schedule stays busy.
We worked really hard all week. We weren't great the first 2 nights, and then just the boys worked extremely hard, and we turned our week around, and just got to keep building off that. It's confidence is key in this game. Yeah, this week probably stung a little bit more, just seeing the different things, Anthony's posts, just how close that could have been to being us, and first Outlaw win, Kings Royal, putting your name in history forever would have been something really cool, but hopefully I have a lot of career left, and just put myself in a position and go try again.
If you have enough podiums or you're running up front enough, it seems like with any car, any team, it turns into wins. So that's what we're hoping for, that we can kind of continue the momentum. We have some tracks that we feel good about coming up, that we took some time off to our time off to try to get some notes and be a little bit better. Ohsweken here tonight has been good to us in the past. Not so good last year, but I feel like we know why. So we'll see if we can turn what we've learned here in the past couple months into hopefully some good runs and possibly wins.
I felt like right before my nose wing folded up, our car got really good. I got back by, I think, Sheldon for 8th or whatever it was, and was tracking down the next few cars in front of me, and had to go to the work area. So it's it's hard to be mad with the top 10 at the Kings Royal, but I felt like if we wouldn't have had to have gone to the work area, it might have turned out even a little better. We got to keep rolling because it doesn't really stop around here. We were really good here last year. Struggled a little bit in both A mains. I think we were in 5th and 9th or something last year, but was able to put it in both dashes, qualified well, and I think we're on a little different cars this year, and I think it's going to help us out here. And obviously, Jay's had a lot of success here, so it'd really be a nice week to try to obviously pick off that first win, but keep the momentum going in the right direction.
Of the 3 drivers you just heard from, Logan Schuchart owns a victory here at Ohsweken, doing so against the Outlaws back in 2017. It was a long break that the Outlaws had to take in between trips to Canada thanks to the COVID-19 pandemic that took place in 2020, but the World of Outlaws returned to Ohsweken Speedway very triumphantly in 2025. This facility, owned by Glenn Stiers, truly state-of-the-art, one of the nicest facilities you'll find in all of motorsports, between the pit area, of course, Ohsweken Speedway, even Glenn's shop and his personal residence located on the property here at Ohsweken Speedway. So everybody with the Outlaws so excited to be back at this racetrack for a second consecutive season, and that includes the man who won both Outlaw races at Ohsweken in 2025, David Ravel. We got 2 drivers that were close to first-time wins last season here at Ohsweken. Jordan Thomas the first night, Connor Morell the second, in a very memorable race. But it was David Ravel, the series champion, denying Thomas and Morell both nights. David Ravel definitely knows how to get around Ohsweken Speedway. He's going to try to do that again here this evening.
Yeah, last year kind of took 2 different disciplines, really, and man, there was a lot of fast guys there earlier in the races, and just seemed like our car came to life late in those A mains. So usually Ohsweken's a slick, wide racetrack. I don't know, Mother Nature doing what she did yesterday, if we're going to have that same track or not as we had last year, but I mean, I think it's the premier place in Canada for sprint car racing, so I hope so. Being a midweek event, it's kind of hard, I guess, to be a marquee or a massive event, but maybe we could land on a weekend one year and really build something up. But I think, Glenn and his staff, they've come a long way since when they first started to today, and they're always putting money in the facility. And I always support people that put money back into the sport. It's not all about the purse, but putting into a nice facility with good lighting and safety and all that is very, very important to us sprint car drivers. So we appreciate that. And sucks we lost the race here with how good we were here last year. You don't want to do that, but hopefully we race here and to a weed sport and try to keep the ball rolling.
Ohsweken Speedway, known for delivering glass-lit surfaces, and that's what David Ravel really seems to excel on. We'll see if he can get another Ohsweken Speedway win with the World of Outlaws here this evening. There's a very big NASCAR presence in the pit area tonight at Ohsweken, as Glenn Stiers using some of his connections to pull out all the stops for this one-day World of Outlaws midweek event. Christopher Bell will race his first winged sprint car race of 2026 tonight. He'll drive the iconic Crite 69K, a red and white look for that machine here this evening. Bell won in that car with the Outlaws of Volusia in 2025. How about Stuart Friesen, who beat the World of Outlaws here back in 2015, making his what's expected to be his only Outlaw appearance of 2026 here this evening. And Ryan Newman, the 1999 USAC Silver Crown champion and a driver that's won races across all three of USAC's divisions, driving a Wing 410 sprint car for the very first time in his career here this evening at Ohsweken Speedway. So great to have Rocket Man in the house. He tested that Glenn Steyer's own machine at Merrittville Speedway last night and turned some pretty good lap times. So excited to have him in his World of Outlaws debut here this evening. You know, Ohsweken Speedway has delivered memorable moments for both NASCAR drivers and first-time winners in the past. How about back in 2011 when Tony Stewart got his first career win with the World of Outlaws right here at Ohsweken, holding off Sammy Swindell. Smoke came back in 2012 and did it yet again. And then the driver we just talked about, Stuart Friesen, in 2015, driving for his wife Jessica in a battle with Logan Schuhart and Donnie Schatz, one of the best bid block modified drivers in the history of the Northeast, getting it done with the World of Outlaws here at Ohsweken. And great to have Stewie in the house looking for career win number 2 here at Ohsweken with the Outlaws this evening. Rainy and thunderstorms yesterday, but beautiful today. 70 degrees, sunny and clear skies. We've got 41 cars in the pit area, some of those rolling on track right now to get our first race-ready hot lap session of the evening underway. The Hall of Fame voice of the World of Outlaws, John Gibson, up in the booth. John, the World of Outlaws are back here in Canada, and the people in this part of the country really came out to show their support.
They certainly did, and for good reason. Of course, Ohsweken Speedway in my personal top 5 of the more than 400 racetracks on which I've seen competitive action. As we get cars on the speedway for race-ready hot lap session number 1, making his way down the backstretch and into turn number 3 now from Tonawanda, New York, in the Airport Collision Fiberworks Composites Get It Dumpster number 7 NY. That is Matt Farnham. And from Hartford, Ohio, driving the 10-runner Bourbon Liberty Steel Ryan Blaney Family Foundation, number 10, the Lowrider Dale Blaney. Also out for this first race-ready hot lap session from Victoriaville, Quebec, and the Imovex Transport Benoit Lafleur wins Quebec, 21 Alex Terrien. And from Scotland, Ontario, in the Miska Trailers, Weeks Construction, Ackland Insurance, Hills Racing, Nitro 54, number 47X, Dylan Westbrook. Car number 77E, the Nitro 54 Iroquois Concrete and Construction at Callis Custom Tuning, Estrodes Barbecue and Deli. Entry, the driver out of Ohsweken is Ashton Van Every. And from Sprakers, New York, in the Ohsweken Speedway GSR Chassis, Glenn Steyer's Racing, Chantrelli Promotions, number 52, Stuart Friesen. Getting set for our opening race-ready hot lap session for the 15th time, the greatest show on dirt, back in Canada at Ohsweken Speedway. Green flag displayed to the drivers in race-ready hot lap session number 1 in the Federated Auto Parts Six Nations Showdown. Dylan Westbrook, the first driver into the 13-second range, turning a 13.880. Matt Farnham in a 14.078. Now Dale Blaney up to second. He's in the 13s, as is Farnham. Alex Terrien moves into the 13-second bracket as well. Westbrook still quickest overall, not for long. Stuart Friesen to the top spot. Matt Farnham takes it back at a 13.469. Matt Farnham, Dylan Westbrook, and Stuart Friesen 1, 2, and 3. White flag waving in the opening race ready hot lap session. Dale Blaney now up to second quickest at a 13.678. Checker flag waving on race ready hot lap session number 1. Fastest driver in the opening race ready hot lap session, car number 7 NY, Matt Farnham. His lap time 13.469 seconds. Dale Blaney second quickest, 13.678. Stuart Friesen third at a 13.781. Dylan Westbrook and Alex Terrian round out the top 5. Drivers in race ready hot lap session number 2 now make their way toward the racing surface. Rolling out of turn 4 and making his way down the front stretch, making his World of Outlaws debut this evening from South Bend, Indiana. Driving the Ohsweken Speedway GSR chassis, Glenn Stires Racing, Chantrelli Promotions, number 39, it's Ryan Newman. Also out for this practice session. From Tillsonburg, Ontario, in the Lone Wolf Fireworks, Mobile 1, Village Variety and Gas Bar, Charlie B. Honey, number 39T, Corey Turner. Car number 41R, the Tioga Construction Westward Painting entry. Driver out of Lowville, New York is Dalton Rombo. And from Six Nations, Ontario, the Townline Variety, Prime Powders, Ackland Insurance, Strode's Barbecue and Deli, number 77X of Alex Hill. From Lemoore, California, the 2C Racing Outlaw Wings, Wedge High Performance Carts, Kaiser Aluminum Wheels, Level Utilities, number 2C, Cole Macedo. And from Port Lambton, Ontario, the Shepman's Limited, Saw Solutions, NRG Essential Select Finishings, 28K Tate O'Leary. Next driver underway from Parma, Michigan, filling in. Correction on that, from Parma, Michigan. Filling in for Casey Jedrzejek in the Hellraiser Jacks, Mr. Heater, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Mulehead Brand, and Melling Performance, number 6, Brad Lamberson. Lamberson's car not firing up at this point. Lamberson headed back to the pit area. The rest of the cars on the speedway for race ready hot lap session number 2. Green flag for the drivers in the second race ready hot lap session. Ryan Newman, a 13.917. He is quickest so far in this session. However, Dalton Rombo takes that spot back. And how about Cole Macedo all the way to the top of the speed chart at a 13.432. Alex Hill into third overall, now at a 13.640. Macedo even faster, nearly into the 12-second range. Cole Macedo goes 13.002. Fastest driver in the second race ready hot lap session, and fastest overall so far, Cole Macedo in car number 2C. His lap time 13.002 seconds. Matt Farnham still second quickest. Alex Hill now third. Corey Turner in the fourth spot, and Dale Blaney rounding out the top 5. Third race ready hot lap session rolling onto the speedway right now. From Worcester, Ohio, the NOS Energy Drink, Houseby, A+ Lawn and Landscape, Hannafin Towing, number 18, Sheldon Hot and Shield. And car number 5, the Glen Stires Racing, LMP Excavation, Ackland Insurance, entry driver out of Beachville, Ontario, DJ Christie. World of Outlaws Rookie of the Year contender in 2026 from Franklin, Indiana, driving the WCI P2 Excavate KPM number 27, Emerson Axum. The two-time and defending World of Outlaws champion, sweeping last year's Federated Auto Parts Six Nations Showdown here at Ohsweken from Watertown, Connecticut, aboard the ShopHouston's.com, BillionAuto.com, Prosper Real Estate Investments, JRC Transportation, Jackson Motorplex, number 2, David Gravel. And car number 46, the Bodyline Auto Recyclers, Compass Industrial entry driver out of Dunnville, Ontario, Kevin Pauls. The 10-time World of Outlaws champion from Fargo, North Dakota, behind the wheel of the nice Queen Atlantis block, Absolute Automation and Security, PhilPools.com, JRC Transportation, High Performance Lubricants, number 15, Donnie Schatz. And from Canton, Illinois, the NOS Energy Drink, King Racing Products, Elliott's Custom Trailers and Carts, High Performance Lubricants, Phillips and Tosco Developers, number 7S of Chris Wyndham. Final race-ready hot lap session for the drivers in Flight A of Honest Abe Roofing qualifying, set to go green at Ohsweken Speedway. Green, white, checkered, race-ready hot lap session for these drivers. See if we find our first 12-second lap. Cole Macedo closest so far with that 13.002. Donnie Schatz third overall at a 13.524. Chris Wyndham now fourth overall at a 13.535. Sheldon Hot and Shield first into the 12s tonight at a 12.992. David Gravel 13.107. Donnie Schatz quicker now at a 13.249. We wave the checkered flag on the final race-ready hot lap session for Flight A as Emerson Axum moves into the top 5. Fastest driver in that race-ready hot lap session. Fastest overall, and the only driver in the 12-second range, car number 18, Sheldon Hodenshield, turning a 12.992 second lap. Cole Macedo second at a 13.002. David Gravel third at a 13.107. Donnie Schatz fourth, and Emerson Axum rounds out the top 5. Matt Farnham sixth fastest. Chris Wyndham 7th, Alex Hill 8th, Corey Turner 9th, and Dale Blaney completes the top 10 for the drivers in Honest Abe Roofing Flight A qualifying. So we've seen those drivers come onto the speedway for 3 race-ready hot lap sessions. Flight A now for Honest Abe Roofing qualifying. 1 car at a time on the speedway, 2 consecutive laps on the clock. Faster of those 2 laps scored as that driver's official qualifying time for tonight's race program. We use the Honest Abe Roofing qualifying times to line up our heat races this evening, as well as for the front row of the Microlight Last Chance Showdown. Track record established back in 2010 by Craig Kinzer at 12.047 seconds. First driver onto the speedway for Honest Abe Roofing qualifying was fastest in his race-ready hot lap session just a few minutes ago. From Tonawanda, New York, driving the Airport Collision Fiberworks Composites, get it dumpster number 7NY. Here's Matt Farnham. Matt Farnham in car number 7NY. He's raced here 3 times in 2026. Best finish 5th on May 15th. 2019 Action Tour win, his career best here at the Ohsweken Speedway. Opening lap for Matt Farnham, a 13.139, 1.3.139. 14 starts overall in 2026 for Farnham. A couple of runner-up finishes with the Empire Super Sprints at Freedom and Tri-City. Second lap time for Farnham is a 13.255. First lap better at 13.139 for the 7NY of Matt Farnham. Next, onto the Speedway from Scotland, Ontario. Driving the Miska Trailers, Weeks Construction, Ackland Insurance, Hills Racing, Nitro 54, number 47X, Dylan Westbrook. Dylan Westbrook in car number 47X. Westbrook here last year, picked up the KSE Hard Charger Award with a run of 11th on the opening night and finished 3rd on the conclusion of last year's Federated Auto Parts Six Nations Showdown. That 3rd place run, the best of his 5 appearances here at Ohsweken with the World of Outlaws. Lap 1 for Dylan Westbrook. Quick time at a 13.116, 13.116. A 7-time winner here this season in 360 competition. Second lap time for Dylan Westbrook is a 13.385, but the opening lap is quickest so far at 13.116 seconds. Rolling onto the Speedway now from Ohsweken, Ontario, the Nitro 54 Iroquois Concrete and Construction. Kalis Custom Tuning, Strode's Barbecue and Deli, number 77E, it's Ashton Van Every. Ashton Van Every in car number 77E. Ashton made his World of Outlaws debut here last year, finished 10th and 13th in the 2 Microlight Last Chance Showdowns. First lap time for Ashton Van Every will be a 14.189, 14.189. A 10th place finish on June 19th, his best here and best overall in 10 sprint car starts in 2026. Second lap time for Ashton Van Every better. It is a 14.152, 141.52. Rolling onto the Speedway now from Hartford, Ohio in the 10-runner Bourbon Liberty Steel Ryan Blaney Family Foundation. Number 10, the lowrider Dale Blaney. Dale Blaney in car number 10. Green flag waving for the 12-time career World of Outlaws winner. 5 career starts here, 4 top 5 finishes, making his first Ohsweken appearance since 2008 here tonight. Lap 1 for Dale Blaney is 3rd quick at a 13.245, 13.245. A victory at the Lernerville Speedway, the best of his 3 podium finishes in 7 sprint car starts in 2026. And Blaney's off the pace. Lap number 2 clocks in at a 15.019. The opening lap 13.245, the official time for the number 10 of Dale Blaney. Underway now from Sprakers, New York, the Ohsweken Speedway, GSR Chassis, Glenn Stires Racing, Chantarelli Promotions, number 52, Stuart Friesen. Stuart Friesen in car number 52. 21st and 11th last year in World of Outlaws action. That 2015 win, the best of his 3 starts here with the greatest show on dirt. Opening lap for Stuart Friesen, a 13.645, 13.645. Friesen has 10 modified victories in 2026. Only 1 start in a sprint car this season. That was an 8th place run with the Empire Super Sprints at Weedsport. Second lap time for Friesen is a 13.887. The opening lap time, 13.645 seconds. Next driver to see the green flag from Victoriaville, Quebec in the Movex Transport Benoit Lafleur wins Quebec. Number 21, Alex Therian. Alex Therian in car number 21. A 2nd place finish here last year, the best of 7 career Ohsweken Speedway starts. Victories this year with the Empire Super Sprints at Port Royal, Pennsylvania and Brockville, Ontario. Lap 1 for Alex Therian will be 4th quick at a 13.523, 13.523. Tonight his 15th overall sprint car start of the 2026 campaign. Second lap for Alex Therian is a 15.530. First lap better by 7/1000ths of a second at 13.523. Making his World of Outlaws debut from South Bend, Indiana, driving the Ohsweken Speedway, GSR Chassis, Glenn Stires Racing, Chantarelli Promotions, number 39, Ryan Newman. Ryan Newman in the 39. The 1999 USAC Silver Crown champion, 18 career NASCAR Cup Series victories. He's raced 3 times in a sprint car this season, all of them on asphalt. Lap 1 for Ryan Newman is 5th quick at a 13.583, 13.583. Best finish for Newman in those 3 sprint car starts, a 6th place run in the Little 500 at the Anderson Speedway. Second lap time for Ryan Newman, up to fourth quick at a 13.381, 1.3381. Ryan Newman, fourth quickest in car number 39. Next driver to take the green flag from Port Lambton, Ontario, Canada, in the Schweppens Limited Saw Solutions NRG Essentials Select Finishings, number 28K, Tate O'Leary. Tate O'Leary in car number 28K. 15th and 16th in last year's Microlight Last Chance Showdowns during the running of the Federated Auto Parts Six Nations Showdown. Lap 1 for Tate O'Leary, 14.918, 14918. 3 starts this season at Ohsweken, best finish 17th, best overall 13th. The Great Lakes Sprint Cars at South Buxton. Second lap time for O'Leary, better at a 14.619, 14619. Unfortunately for Ryan Newman, his time disallowed did not go to the scales following his Honest Abe Roofing qualifying laps. Ryan Newman did not go to the scales. His qualifying time has been disallowed. Pushing off now from Dunnville, Ontario, the Bodyline Auto Recyclers Compass Industrial 46, Kevin Pauls. Kevin Pauls in car number 46. '17th and 14th in last year's Microlight Last Chance Showdown as he made his World of Outlaws debut. Opening lap for Kevin Pauls, 14.529, 14529. He's made 5 sprint car starts this season, all of them here at the Ohsweken Speedway. Best finish, a 14th place run on May 15th. Second lap time, better at a 14.419, 14419. Dylan Westbrook quickest so far, Matt Farnham second, Dale Blaney third. Next driver onto the Speedway for Honest Abe Roofing qualifying. From Six Nations, driving the Town Line variety, Prime Powders, Ackland Insurance, Strode's Barbecue and Deli, number 77X, Alex Hill. Alex Hill in car number 77X. Alex 9th in the Microlight Last Chance Showdown on opening night last year, 22nd in the feature, that 22nd place run, the best of her 4 World of Outlaws starts here at the Ohsweken Speedway. Opening lap for Alex Hill, 6th quick, 14.070, 14070. Best finish here this season, 13th on 2 occasions, best overall. A 9th place run with the ASCS Sprint Cars in Arizona. Second lap time for Alex Hill, better at a 14.052, 14052. The next Honest Abe Roofing qualifier from Tillsonburg, Ontario, the Lone Wolf Fireworks, Mobile One Village Variety and Gas Bar, Charlie B. Honey, number 39T, Corey Turner. Corey Turner in the 39T. Corey finished 18th and 12th last year. That's his only World of Outlaws starts at the Ohsweken Speedway. Victory here in 2019 with the Empire Super Sprints. Lap 1 for Corey Turner, third quick at a 13.232, 13232. Second 3 times here at the Ohsweken Speedway in 2026. Second lap time for Turner is faster at a 13.180, 13180. Still third in the order for the 39T of Corey Turner. From Lowville, New York, in the Tioga Construction, Westward Painting, number 41R, this is Dalton Rombo. Dalton Rombo in the 41R. Rombo makes his Ohsweken Speedway debut this evening. 1-4-10 start this season, and that was a 4th place finish at the Tri-City Speedway in Franklin, Pennsylvania. Lap 1 for Dalton Rombo is a 13.587, 13587. That 4th place run at Tri-City, also his best in 10 overall sprint car appearances in 2026. Second lap time for Dalton Rombo, up to 4th quick at a 13.242, 13242. Next, for Honest Abe Rubin qualifying from Lemoore, California. The 2C Racing Outlaw Wings, Wedge High Performance Carts, Kaiser Aluminum Wheels, Level Utilities. Number 2C, Cole Macedo. Cole Macedo in car number 2C. Macedo 13th and 15th last year at the Federated Auto Parts Six Nations Showdown in his Ohsweken Speedway debut. Currently sits 8th in the World of Outlaws point standings. Opening lap for Cole Macedo is 4th quick at a 13:199.13.199. Macedo this season with 5 top 5 finishes and 16 top 10s on the year. Second lap time for Cole Macedo is a 13:260. First lap official at 13.199 seconds. Filling in for the injured Casey Jedrzejczyk this evening from Parma, Michigan, in the Hellraiser Jacks Mr. Heater, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Mulehead Brand, Belling Performance, number 6, Brad Lamberson. Brad Lamberson in car number 6. One previous appearance here at Ohsweken, came back in 2014, failed to qualify for the feature that night. Lap 1 for Brad Lamberson, 5th quick 13:212.13.212. 8th in the Microlight Last Chance Showdown at Hartford, Michigan. His best in 4 World of Outlaws starts in 2026. Second lap time for Brad Lamberson. Better, still 5th in the order at a 13:203.13.203. Next to clock in from Beachville, Ontario, Glenn Stires Racing LMP Excavation, Ackland Insurance, number 5 of DJ Christie. DJ Christie in car number 5. Only 2 previous starts here with the World of Outlaws came during last year's Federated Auto Parts Six Nations Showdown, 16th and 5th in Microlight Last Chance Showdowns. Lap 1 for Christie, 5th quick at a 13:202.13.202. 10th in the Microlight Last Chance Showdown at Volusia Speedway Park, his only 2026 appearance with the World of Outlaws. 3rd on 2 occasions here this season. Quick time for DJ Christie at a 13:03.113.031. Quick time for DJ Christie. Next out, the 10-time World of Outlaws champion from Fargo, North Dakota. Driving the nice Queen Atlantis block, Absolute Automation and Security, PhilPools.com, JRC Transportation, High Performance Lubricants, number 15, Donnie Schatz. Donnie Schatz in car, number 15. 6th on night 1 last year. 10th in the KSE Hard Charger on night number 2. First lap for Schatz, second quick, 13:045.13.045. Feature wins here with the World of Outlaws in 2010, 2013, 2014, and 2016. Second lap time for Schatz, 13:201 first lap, second quickest at a 13:045. Underway now, contender for the Kevin Gobrecht Award presented by 5 Star Bodies for Rookie of the Year honors with the World of Outlaws this season. From Franklin, Indiana, the WCI P2 Excavating KPM number 27, Emerson Axum. Emerson Axum in car number 27. Axum getting his first look at the Ohsweken Speedway here this evening, currently 12th in the series point standings and leading the battle for that Kevin Gobrecht Award. Lap 1 for Axum, 10th quick, 13:348.13.348. Axum this season has 3 top 5 finishes and 10 top 10s. Second lap for Emerson Axum, 5th quick at a 13:160.13.160. Emerson Axum into the top 5. Rolling on to the speedway now. From Worcester, Ohio, driving the NOS Energy Drink Houseby A+ Lawn and Landscape, Hannaford towing number 18, Sheldon Hodenshield. Sheldon Hodenshield in the number 18. Sheldon, 2nd and 4th in last year's feature. That 2nd place run, his best in 3 World of Outlaws starts here at the Ohsweken Speedway. First lap time for Sheldon Hodenshield is 9th quick at a 13:215.13.215. Sheldon is 3rd in the point standings. He has 6 wins on the season, 23 top 5 finishes. Second lap time for Sheldon Hodenshield is 3rd quick at a 13:046.13.046. And making his way out now two-time and defending World of Outlaws champion, swept both nights of last year's Federated Auto Parts Six Nations Showdown from Watertown, Connecticut. The ShopHoustons.com, BillionAuto.com, Prosper Real Estate Investments, JRC Transportation, Jackson Motorplex. Number 2, David Gravel. David Gravel in the number 2. Those 2 wins last year. His best in 6 starts here with the World of Outlaws NOS Energy Drink Sprint Car Series. Current points leader, a 7-time winner in 2026. Lap number 1 for David Gravel. Quick time! 13.018. 13.018. Quick time on lap 1 for David Gravel. Second lap time for Gravel. A 13.192, but the first lap quickest so far in Flight A at a 13.018. Next to see the green flag from Canton, Illinois, the NOS Energy Drink, King Racing Products, Elliot's Custom Trailers and Carts, High Performance Lubricants, Phillips and Tosco Developers, number 7S, Chris Windham. Chris Windham in car number 7S. 10th and 5th last year in his Ohsweken Speedway debut. Car owner Jason Sides, the first ever World of Outlaws feature winner here at Ohsweken. Lap 1 for Chris Windham, 13th quick, 13.317, 13.317. Second lap time for Chris Windham is a 13.848. First lap better at 13.317. And the final Honest Abe Roofing qualifier in Flight A this evening from Glendale, Arizona, the Indy Performance Composites, Moxley, Maxim Chassis, High Performance Lubricants, AZ HVAC number 51, Ashton Torgerson. Ashton Torgerson in car number 51. Another driver making his Ohsweken Speedway debut this evening. Torgerson currently 13th in the point standings, 1 top 5 finish, 6 top 10s on the year. Opening lap for Ashton Torgerson, a 13.930, 113.931, that is 16th. Second lap for Ashton Torgerson is a 14.121. First lap better at 13.931. That wraps up Flight A of Honest Abe Roofing qualifying. Your fast qualifier in car number 2, David Gravel at 13.018 seconds. DJ Christie second quick, 13.031. Donnie Schatz third at a 13.045. Sheldon Hodgeshell fourth at a 13.046. And Dylan Westbrook rounds out the top 5, 13.116 seconds. Matt Farnham sixth fastest. Emerson Axum seventh. Corey Turner eighth. Cole Macedo ninth. And Brad Lamberson completing the top 10. So that wraps up Flight A of Honest Abe Roofing qualifying. We now have 3 more race-ready hot lap sessions for the drivers in Flight B of Honest Abe Roofing qualifying, and then they'll move into their qualifying session. So race-ready hot lap session number 1 for Flight B, set to roll onto the speedway now. Leading the field out from Leduc, Alberta, and the Gibbsville Cheese, Flint Trucking, Nelson Brothers Construction, CMR Wholesale Tools and Equipment, Diamond Pit Lights, number 16C, Skylar G. And from Freelton, Ontario, the Moxie Performance Advisors, DJD Gear, HumberviewParts.ca, DJD Graphics, number 12, Double D, Darren Dryden. Darren Dryden in the 12 Double D. Also on the speedway, from Tonawanda, New York, the Airport Collision Fiberworks Composites, number 94, that is Todd Hoddick. And from Lemoore, California, the all-year alternative MVT, Tarleton and Son, Sage Family, Scott Boyd Family, Complete Parts and Equipment Solutions, number 41, Carson Macedo. From Harding, Pennsylvania, the Mechanical Service Company, Pribula Industries, White Bread Enterprises, Cross Welding and Fabrication, number 79, Jordan Thomas. And from Adrian, Michigan, behind the wheel of the Ohsweken Speedway GSR chassis, Glenn Stires Racing, number 0DN, Darren Nida. Race ready hot lap session number 1 for Flight B of Honest Abe Roofing qualifying. Darren Nida into the 13-second range. Carson Macedo goes 13.466. Skylar G at 13.123 to top the field early on in race ready hot lap session number 1. Checkered flag displayed to the drivers in the opening race ready hot lap session for Flight B of Honest Abe Roofing qualifying. Fastest driver in that session, Skylar G in car number 16C. His lap time, 13.123 seconds. Carson Macedo second quickest, Darren Dryden third, Jordan Thomas fourth, and Darren Nida rounds out the top 5. Cars rolling onto the speedway for race ready hot lap session number 2. Car number 77T, the 420 Express, Babino Septic Services, JR's Riverside Bait and Tackle, Route 54 Variety and Gas Arrow Express entry, driver out of Ohsweken, Tyler Paulus. And from Mount Bridges, Ontario, the Pride Seeds, Vibrant Farms, APC, Reynolds Trucking, Nelly Automotive, number 45, Nick Sheridan. 2025 World of Outlaws Rookie of the Year from Columbia, Missouri, the SNS Nationwide, CSC Group, LRI, Eagle Stop, Easy Gaming, Dave Smith, GMC, Retrieving Freedom, number 23, Garrett Williamson. And car number 28, the FM Industries, Gunstires Racing, M3S Cartridge, Four Seasons, entry driver, I say Matthew de Billy, Quebec, it's Jordan Poirier. Car number 28M, the Tub of Tiles, Emily Oil, USA Fence, TI-22 Performance, Reineke Construction, All-Star Performance, entry driver from Bradenton, Florida, is Connor Morrell. Jonathan Preston in car number 22. That is the Prado Curbing, Speedway Performance, DMI, Lake to Lake Tree Service entry, Preston out of Geneva, New York. And from Hanover, Pennsylvania, the Federated Auto Parts, Duramax, Mark Martin Motors, TKS Concrete, Shark Racing, number 1, S of Logan, Schuhart. And from Pengrove, California, driving the Toyota Racing Mobile One Roth Motorsports, Roth Enterprises, HR Livestock Transportation, number 83, Buddy Kofoid. Race ready hot lap session number 2 for Flight B of Honest Abe Roofing qualifying. Logan Schuhart at a 13.530, Buddy Kofoid 13.517. Nick Sheridan up to second at a 13.438. Fastest driver in that race ready hot lap session, car number 45, Nick Sheridan. Sheridan's lap time, 13.438 seconds. Skylar G remains quickest overall at a 13.123. Sheridan second now. Carson Macedo third, Garrett Williamson fourth, and Buddy Kofoid rounds out the top 5 as the evening's final race ready hot lap session gets set to roll on to the speedway. Car number 15T, the Nitro 54 Sitting Bull Tire, Ackland Insurance, Jarrah's Waterproof entry. Driver out of Dunnville, Ontario is Ryan Turner. And from Ohsweken, Ontario, the Ohsweken Speedway, GSR Chassis, Glenn Stires Racing, LMP Excavation, Silver Lake Premium Spirits, number 68, Aaron Turkey. Next to make his way out from St. P, Quebec in the GMB Hydraulic Motorsport 88, number 3G, Dale Gosselin. And from Norman, Oklahoma, driving the Ream, Glenville Station Pub and Grub Jetco, Lehigh Valley Industrial, number 69K, Christopher Bell. The native of North Pole, Alaska, who now calls Heartland, Wisconsin home, the Anderson's Pure Maple Syrup, Indian Motorcycle of Metro Milwaukee, Answer Creek Consulting, GT Transport, number 17B, the North Pole Nightmare, Bill Baylog. And from Lebanon, Indiana, the NOS Energy Drink, West Tennessee Expediting, Tax Truck Center, Z-Max Stanton Racing Engines, number 17 of Spencer Baston. Final race ready hot lap session of the evening for the World of Outlaws NOS Energy Drink Sprint Car Series. Christopher Bell into the top 5 at a 13.513. Ryan Turner, a 13.629. He's in the top 10. Bill Baylog now into the top 10 as well at a 13.689 as we go checkered on the evening's final race ready hot lap session. Fastest in that final race ready hot lap session, the 69K Christopher Bell, 13.513. Skylar G fastest in race ready hot laps for Flight B at a 13.123. Overall fastest in race ready hot laps this evening, getting the race ready hottest lap of the night award, Sheldon Hodenshield from Group 1 at a 12.992. So again, the order for the drivers in Flight B as far as time's concerned for race ready hot laps. Skylar G quickest, Nick Sheridan second, Carson Macedo third, Garrett Williamson fourth, and Christopher Bell rounding out the top 5. Set now for Flight B of Honest Abe Roofing qualifying. Turn the green lights on around the Ohsweken Speedway and send our first Honest Abe Roofing qualifier toward the Speedway. First out from Leduc, Alberta, driving car number 16C, the Gibbsville Cheese Flint Trucking, Nelson Brothers Construction, CMR Wholesale Tools and Equipment, Diamond Pit Lights entry. Here's Skylar G. Skylar G in car number 16C. Skylar G, 14th in the Microlight Last Chance Showdown on the opening night of last year's Federated Auto Parts Six Nations Showdown, 20th in the feature on night number 2. Lap 1 for Skylar G, 13.381, 13.381. Those 2 nights, Skylar G's first 2 ever at the Ohsweken Speedway. The second generation full-time World of Outlaws competitor. Second lap time for Skylar G is a 13.268, 13.268. Skylar G establishing the mark as the first driver out in Flight B of Honest Abe Roofing qualifying. 2025 Rookie of the Year next to the green flag from Columbia, Missouri, the SNS Nationwide CSC Group LRI Eagle Stop Easy Gaming Days with GMC Retrieving Freedom, number 23 of Garrett Williamson. Garrett Williamson in car number 23. Williamson 23rd and 7th in his first time to Ohsweken Speedway last season. Currently sits 7th in the series point standings. Lap number 1 for Garrett Williamson, 14.169, 14.169. Garrett Williamson oh so close to that first series victory multiple times this season, 10 times in the top 5, 24 in the top 10. Second time by for Garrett Williamson is a 13.760, 13.760. Next underway from Adrian, Michigan, driving the Ohsweken Speedway GSR chassis, Glenn Stires Racing, number 0DN. Here's Darren Nida. Darren Nida in the 0DN. Darren Nida making his Ohsweken Speedway debut tonight. 5 previous starts this season with the World of Outlaws. Best finish 22nd at Hartford, Michigan. Lap 1 for Darren Nida will be a 13:9:57, 1:3:957. Second on 4 occasions, his best of 28 overall sprint car starts this year. Second lap time for Nida improves to a 13:900, 1:3:900. Next to go green from Lemoore, California, the all-by-your alternative MVT, Tarleton & Son, Sage Family, Scott Boyd Family, Complete Parts and Equipment Solutions, number 41, Carson Macedo. Carson Macedo in the number 41. Macedo third on night 1 last year, 14th on night 2. Northern Nationals winner back in 2017, his best in 5 starts here at Ohsweken. Lap 1 for Carson Macedo, 13:5:56, 1:3:5:56. Macedo is 4th in the series point standings. He has 4 feature wins this season and 16 top 5 finishes. Second lap for Carson Macedo, quick time! 13:1:20, 1:3:1:20. Quick time for Carson Macedo in car number 41. Underway next. From Harding, Pennsylvania, driving the mechanical service company Privula Industries, White Bread Enterprises, Cross Welding and Fabrication, number 79, Jordan Thomas. Jordan Thomas in car number 79. Thomas 5th on night 1 last year, 19th on night number 2. That 5th place finish, his career World of Outlaws best. Lap 1 for Jordan Thomas, 3rd quick at a 13:7:33, 1:3:7:33. Knights of Thunder win here back in 22. His overall best in 27 career starts at Ohsweken. Second lap time for Jordan Thomas is a 13:7:65. First lap slightly better at 13:733 seconds. Next on the clock from Frilton, Ontario, the Moxie Performance Advisors, DJD Gear, HumReviewParts.ca, DJD Graphics, number 12 Double D of Darren Dryden. Darren Dryden in the 12 Double D. Dryden making his World of Outlaws debut this evening. Second here on 3 occasions in 2026. First lap for Dryden, 3rd quick at a 13:5:52, 1:3:5:52. Great Lakes Sprint Car winner here last year, his career best at the Ohsweken Speedway. Second lap at a 13:6:51, first lap better, 13.552 seconds. Next underway from Tonawanda, New York, driving the Airport Collision Fiberworks Composites, number 94, here's Todd Hoddick. Todd Hoddick in car number 94. 16th on the opening night of last year's Federated Auto Parts Six Nations Showdown, scratched from the Michael Light Last Chance Showdown on night number 2, that 16th place run, his best of 4 World of Outlaws starts at this racetrack. Lap 1 for Todd Hoddick, 14:6:34, 1:4:6:34. Career best finish here at the Ohsweken Speedway, 2nd with the Patriot Sprint Tour in 2015. 1:4:10 sprint car start this year, 7th at the Tri-City Speedway in Pennsylvania. Second lap time improves to a 14:3:57, 1:4:3:57. From Hanover, Pennsylvania, driving the Federated Auto Parts Duramax Mark Martin Motors TKS Concrete Shark Racing number 1S, Logan Schuhart. Logan Schuhart in car number 1S. 2017 World of Outlaws feature winner here. 3 top 5 finishes in 6 career appearances at Ohsweken. Opening lap, 3rd quick at a 13:2:77, 1:3:2:77. Schuhart last year, 12th and 13th in features. 1 win on the season, currently sitting 5th in the series point standings. Second lap time for Logan Schuhart is a 13:4:48. First lap better at 13.277 seconds. Taking the green flag now from Pen Grove, California, driving the Toyota Racing Mobile One Roth Motorsports Roth Enterprises HR Livestock Transportation number 83, Buddy Kofoid. Buddy Kofoid in car number 83. Kofoid was 7th and 9th in his Ohsweken Speedway debut last year. Leads the World of Outlaws this season with 9 feature wins. Lap 1 for Kofoid, 4th quick, 13.460, 113, 461. 122 points behind David Gravel at the top of the series standings. 23 top 5s, 33 top 10s. Second lap time, better, still 4th in the order at a 13.407, 13407. Underway next from Bradenton, Florida, in the Tub of Towels, Emily Oil, USA Fence, TI-22 Performance, Reineke Construction, All-Star Performance number 28M, Connor Morrell. Connor Morrell in car number 28M. Career best finish with the World of Outlaws on the final night of last year's Federated Auto Parts Six Nations Showdown, a 2nd place run. Lap 1 for Morrell, 13.960, 113, 961. Currently sitting 15th in the World of Outlaws NOS Energy Drink Sprint Car Series point standings. Second lap time for Morrell, better. It's 8th quick at a 13.767, 13767. Your next Honest Abe Roofing qualifier from St. Matthew de Billy, Quebec, in the FM Industries Gunstars Racing M3S Carport Four Seasons number 28, Jordan Poirier. Jordan Poirier in the number 28. Poirier off the pace as he took the green flag. So issues for the driver out of Quebec in the 28. Carson Macedo fastest so far in Flight B of Honest Abe Roofing qualifying at a 13.120. Skylar G second at a 13.268. Logan Schuart third at a 13.277. Buddy Kofoid fourth, and Darren Dryden rounding out the top 5. Poirier would get 1 lap at the end of Flight B of Honest Abe Roofing qualifying if they can diagnose the problem and get it repaired. That brings our next Honest Abe Roofing qualifier on to the Speedway. From Ohsweken, Ontario, the 420 Express Babineau Septic Services, JR's Riverside Bait and Tackle, Route 54 Variety and Gas, Aero Express number 77T, Tyler Paulus. Tyler Paulus in the 77T. 8th in a Microlight Last Chance Showdown on night 2, his best here last season. Best finish here this year, 9th on June 19th. Lap 1 for Paulus, 13.861, 13861. Picked up a 2nd place finish in 360 competition at the North Florida Speedway earlier this season. Second lap time for Tyler Paulus, a 14.251. First lap better at 13.861. Next driver to the green flag from Mountain Bridges, Ontario, the Pride Seeds, Vibrant Farms, APC Reynolds Trucking, Nelly Automotive, number 45, Nick Sheridan. Nick Sheridan in the 45. Sheridan was 17th on night 1 here last year, 15th in the Microlight Last Chance Showdown on night number 2. Victorious here this season with the Empire Super Sprints on May 29th. Lap 1 for Sheridan, 6th quick at a 13.707, 13707. Tonight, his 13th sprint car start of the 2026 season. Sheridan on lap 2, better, still 6th in the order at a 13.559, 13559. Next to roll toward the green flag from Geneva, New York, the Prado Curbing Speedway Performance DMI Lake to Lake Tree Service number 22 of John Preston. John Preston in car number 22. Preston 22nd and 24th last year in his only World of Outlaws start at the Ohsweken Speedway. 9 career appearances here, best third with the Empire Super Sprints in 2019. Lap 1 for John Preston, 13.779, 137.79. 5 sprint car starts this year, best finish 8th with the Empire Super Sprints at Outlaws Speedway. Second lap time is 5th quick for Jonathan Preston at a 13.500, 135.00. From Lebanon, Indiana, driving the NOS Energy Drink West Tennessee Expediting Tac Truck Center Z-Max Stanton Racing Engines, number 17, Spencer Baston. Spencer Baston in car number 17. Baston debuts at Ohsweken Speedway this evening, currently sitting 11th in the point standings. 1 feature win that came on opening night of the season at Volusia Speedway Park. First lap time for Baston, 8th quick at a 13.710, 137.10. Baston has 7 top 5 finishes and 18 top 10s this year. Second lap for Spencer Baston, 13.688, 136.88. That is faster than lap 1, still 8th in the order in Flight B of Honest Abe Roofing qualifying. Next to fire up from Ohsweken, Ontario, the Ohsweken Speedway GSR Chassis, Glenn Stires Racing, LMP Excavation, Silver Lake Premium Spirits, number 68 of Aaron Turkey. Aaron Turkey in car number 68. Made his World of Outlaws debut here last season, finished 12th in the Microlight Last Chance Showdown on night number 1. Opening lap for Aaron Turkey, 14.644, 146.44. Career best at Ohsweken, a victory with the Action Sprint Tour in 2018. Second lap for Aaron Turkey, better at a 14.504, 145.04. The next driver out is a native of North Pole, Alaska, who now lives in Heartland, Wisconsin. He drives the Anderson's Pure Maple Syrup, Indian Motorcycle of Metro Milwaukee, Answer Creek Consulting at GT Transport, number 17B. The North Pole Nightmare, Bill Baylog. Bill Baylog in the 17B. Baylog 4th on night 1 of last year's Federated Auto Parts Six Nations Showdown, 16th on night number 2. Last year, his Ohsweken Speedway debut. First lap time for Baylog, 9th quick, 13.732, 137.32. The 10-time IRA Sprint Car Champion currently sits 10th in the point standings with the World of Outlaws with 5 top 5 finishes and 15 top 10s. Second lap time better, it's into the top 5. 5th quick at a 13.440, 134.40. From Norman, Oklahoma, driving the Ream, Glenville Station Pub and Grub, Jetco, Lehigh Valley Industrial, number 69K, Christopher Bell. Christopher Bell in the 69K. Bell's first sprint car start of the 2026 season comes tonight. He's a winner here at Ohsweken Speedway back in 2019 with the Empire Super Sprints. Opening lap for Bell is 7th quick at a 13.509, 135.09. 6 career victories with the World of Outlaws for Christopher Bell, the most recent of which took place last year at Volusia Speedway Park. Second lap time for Christopher Bell. 4th quick at a 13.370, 133.70. 4th quick for Christopher Bell in the 69K. Next driver to roll to the Speedway from St. Pete, Quebec in the GMB Hydraulic Motorsport 88, number 3G, Dale Gosselin. Dale Gosselin in the 3G. "11 career appearances at Ohsweken for Gosselin, best finish 16th back in 2015. Opening lap is a 14.287, 142.87. Only 1 sprint car start this season came at the Cornwall Motor Speedway, a 13th place finish with the Empire Super Sprints. Second lap time for Gosselin, better at a 14.251, 142.51. Next to roll out from Dunnville, Ontario, the Nitro 54 Sitting Bull Tire, Ackland Insurance Chairs, waterproof number 15T. Here's Ryan Turner. Ryan Turner in the 15T. Turner with finishes of 19th and 18th here last year with the World of Outlaws NOS Energy Drink Sprint Car Series. That 18th place run, the best of his 5 starts here with the greatest show on dirt. 3 appearances with the World of Outlaws this season, all of them at Volusia Speedway Park. Best finish 6th in a C-Main. Lap 1 for Ryan Turner, 8th quick at a 13.537, 1:35.37. Turner has 7 career victories here at Ohsweken in 360 sprint car competition. Second lap time for Ryan Turner is a 13.712. First lap better, 13.537. Jordan Poirier back on the speedway in car number 28. He will get 1 lap and 1 lap only on the clock. Best he could be scored would be 11th in the order, no matter what lap time he turns. That's the penalty for missing his assigned position in the qualifying order this evening. 14th and 6th last year. His only World of Outlaws starts at the Ohsweken Speedway. 2 appearances here this season. Best finish of 4th. Poirier's official time, 14.007, a 14 James Bond for Jordan Poirier in the number 28. That wraps up Flight B of Honest Abe moving qualifying. Fastest driver in car number 41, Carson Macedo with a 13.120. Skylar G second, quick 13.268. Logan Schuart third, 13.277. Christopher Bell fourth, and Buddy Kofoid rounds out the top 5. Your overall fast qualifier this evening out of Flight A, David Gravel at 13.018 seconds. He is tonight's Simpson Quick Time Award winner as we send it down to Connor Wade.
How about the guy that was right behind David Gravel in Flight A, DJ Christie, the locals, and DJ, you know, whenever the Outlaws come to Canada, the guys that run this track weekly, there's just always something about the abilities they have against the Outlaws. They're always so competitive. Why is that?
Ohsweken's just a little bit different, and running here every week, we kind of did a grip on things. So we are just doing our standard things we do on a regular Friday night, and it sure paid off tonight.
New Jacobs ladder in after that qualifying run. Tell us about that.
Like I said, we have our things we do, so we're going to keep on trucking, but it's just so cool to be second quick with the Outlaws. Damn, David Gravel got me there at the end, but that's nothing to shake a stick at.
DJ Christie will be on the front row of his heat race tonight. That'll be heat race number 2 after his best qualifying effort with the Outlaws.
Thanks so much, Connor Wade. And so opening ceremonies coming up next on the race program. We'll have coverage for you right after this quick DIRTVision commercial break.
If dirt was a paycheck, we'd all be leaving here rich tonight. Until that happens, it pays to use Tub-A-Towel's heavy-duty cleaning wipes. At the track, in the garage, or at home, Tub-A-Towels is tough on dirt, easy on hands, and made in the USA. Tub-A-Towels, the world's hardest working wipe, available at all major automotive and hardware retail stores.
Up for a challenge? How about this? Anything you can do, I can do faster. Okay, bro. I'm gnarlier than you.
I get more sideways.
I'm louder.
Much louder. I get wilder than you. You sure about that, bro?
Harder.
Slicker.
Cooler.
Tougher.
Let's go.
So what you got?
Unveiled at PRI. 5-Star introduced an all-new sprint car body, engineered using advanced CFD aero analysis, validated through on-track testing using real-time airflow data.
There's no reason why anybody will want to run anything else than this 5-star sprint car body.
Designed to fit Maxim, XXX, Schnee Lawson, JR1, J&J, DRC, Spike, and more. 5-Star's all-new sprint car body. The new standard in sprint car technology.
It's ARP fasteners for whatever you race. From 2 wheels to 4. Off-road, on-road, even water. From the flat track to the salt flats. Grassroots racers, weekend warriors, and pros alike trust ARP. Made in America quality, family owned and operated. When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com. No matter what you race.
Just about set to get things underway officially for the World of Outlaws NOS Energy Drink Sprint Car Series here at the Ohsweken Speedway. This is the Federated Auto Parts Six Nations Showdown for the 15th time in series history, the greatest show on dirt back here on the Six Nations Reserve as we get set for opening ceremonies. And for opening ceremonies, we get downstairs to Connor Way.
Well, it is so good for the World of Outlaws NOS Energy Drink Sprint Car Series to be back here in the nation of Canada and back at Ohsweken Speedway. We told you almost 5,000 fans expected for the Federated Auto Parts Six Nations Showdown here this evening. So squeeze inside a packed house at Ohsweken tonight, and we certainly love to see that. A long gap that the Outlaws took after the COVID-19 pandemic before they returned to Canada, but last year was so successful, and we're looking forward to making this bigger and bigger event each season with the greatest show on dirt. Before our opening ceremonies here this evening at Ohsweken, I'd like to welcome to say a few words the Ohsweken Speedway General Manager and Clinton Jeffrey. Clinton, you and Lynn worked so hard, and I'm sure it's going to be so rewarding, even after Mother Nature interfered with yesterday, to see so many people here whenever the Outlaws are in town.
Yeah, Connor, it's amazing to have all our amazing fans here on behalf of the Steyers family and all our management and staff here. Want to welcome everybody here to Ohsweken. Hopefully have a great time, and just like we kick off all our big deals, we got the smoke dancers, so we'll let you take it away.
Yeah, and for those that aren't aware, Ohsweken Speedway is a part of the Six Nations of the Grand River Reserve. It is the largest First Nation reserve in the country of Canada, home to nearly 30,000 people. The Six Nations Reserve is united of 6 Indigenous tribes: the Mohawk, the Oneida, the Onondaga, the Cayuga, the Seneca, and the Tuscarora. For our opening ceremonies presentation this evening, as Clinton mentioned, please welcome a Six Nations tradition, the Smoke Dancers.
Oh, here's Brian. Six Nations Smoke Dancers.
Well, thank you so much, Clinton, and thank you to all of our smoke dancers for our opening ceremonies performance here at Ohsweken Speedway, the one night of the Federated Auto Parts Six Nations Showdown. It's already been a great night. David Ravel quick time in Flight A, Carson Macedo in Flight B. We've got more on-track action coming up next here at Ohsweken Speedway.
Thank you, Connor. The UMP Modifieds getting set for their hot lap sessions next on the program. To bring you all the action, Greg Cowan and Adam Ross.
Canadian Modifieds ready to come out onto the racetrack. 21 in total here tonight, and they span from across North America, do they not, tonight, Adam?
We've got some pretty good coverage, Greg, that's for sure. St. Louis, Missouri, all over Ontario, Eastern Ontario, Southwestern Ontario, a little bit of New York. How about St. Louis, Missouri, Fenton, Missouri, Statesville, North Carolina? Yeah, we got our bases covered.
Some housekeeping we need to do here. The 50-50 draw already at $4,000 and growing, so make sure you get your tickets for that. Also, a debit card was found down in the souvenir shop. If you're missing your debit card, make your way down there to grab that.
Please come up and give us your PIN. We have the card, but we cannot make purchases yet. We'd really like to order in some, although there's some good food here.
Got to thank O'Neill's Farm Equipment. They are fueling this portion of the broadcast. They brought us some king-size donuts from Zarky's Donuts and Sweet Bar. So thank you to O'Neill's Farm Equipment, Case IH, our good friends there.
Looks as though Jake Hooker is leading the way out in this practice session. Also on track from Sterling, Ontario, Greg Bellier in the 25. You know, it's really nice, the Outlaws, they all come out in order. You know who's next. The modifieds are like, let's really mess with Greg and Adam tonight.
Some guys to watch out there. Dennis Lunger in the 71L. See him rolling down the backstretch, always strong, as well as the 09 of Joel Dick, one of our regular visitors here. He'll be driving the 09Ds from down in Leamington, and that's the thing. You've already got the UMP modified drivers coming from down around the Chatham area. They're running down at Buxton Speedway. Then we've got our Canadian modified regulars that run at Brighton Speedway to the east. And then you mesh in all the other states that Adam mentioned. We've got a good cross-section. We get to see the best of the east versus the west. And a lot of these drivers that race at Buxton, they race at Brighton, they like to travel as well. So they've competed against Schrader and Wallace and the others. This is nothing new for them as they'll turn up the wick here on the UMP Canadian Modifieds. Jake Hooker definitely one to watch in that one machine out of Chatham, Ontario. He's side by side right now with Greg Bellier.
You finally got your wish, Greg. We can't hear each other.
It's perfect.
There's no audio. So I know that you're talking, you know that I'm talking. We can't hear what's being said. It's ideal. I love this.
I can still feel your hot air blowing, though, so there's that. Dennis Lunger, no surprise, quickest so far. Tim Richardson, second quick in the 5X. They're always quick when they're here. Good to see the Cowboy Dan Price here as well in the 09.
The big thing to note, as the yellow flag comes out and checkered flag, drivers that come from Brighton Speedway, they run basically a crate engine program versus the open engines that come from southwestern Ontario, and of course the Americans that are here to play, which at this time of the night is a big deal. The crate motor is just not going to keep up with the open engine. But as this track slicks off, which it notoriously does, infamously does, we love it when it does, it's the great equalizer, and then it's kind of a coin toss. Who's going to be able to hook up the best?
Yeah, it truly is. And we've seen in the past where we've had late model opens, and come feature time, a crate late model has ended up winning the event because this track, like you said, slicks right off. You got that little less horsepower. It enables you to be strong at the end of the night when you need to be. So it's the great equalizer, as you say, and there are so many good drivers here tonight as well. And you add in, you've got the NASCAR legends, Ken Schrader, Kenny Wallace is here, and Ryan Newman's daughter, Brooklyn Newman, is competing tonight as well.
I'm looking forward to seeing how Brooklyn fares. I think Ohsweken Speedway has to be an inviting racetrack for someone without a ton of experience, Greg, because it's wide. And what that allows for is some mistakes. You can miss your mark a little bit. It'll cost you time, it'll cost you speed, but it's not going to send you into the wall, usually.
Yeah, you go into quarter one or three a little bit tight. You've got an eternity, basically, to push up the hill here. There's lots of room at Ohsweken Speedway, and this track is no stranger to 5 and even 6 wide racing at times. So, like you say, it's very, very inviting to a new driver, and we're seeing that with the World of Outlaws as well. Tonight, they've got some drivers that are seeing it for the first time.
And let's do some quick education, because I know there's a lot of fairly new race fans here tonight when we talk about open engines, crate engines. Open engine, you can build it at home, or you go to an engine builder, they build you an engine. Crate engine, you go to your Chevy dealership. It comes in a box, ready to go racing, you drop it in. It's kind of a cost control measure. They've come up in price quite a bit, so that cost control is making it more appealing for some people to go back to the open motor program, but it really was a bit of a savior back in the day when it came out.
I was going to say that. It was definitely a big savior there for a while when things were getting priced out of the market for some drivers, and it's really helped, especially look even at dirt car side of things with the sportsman division. It's there to keep it affordable. Now, for our fans that are here tonight that don't usually attend on a Friday night, we do not run these cars on a regular Friday night. In fact, for our Friday night excitement programs, we run the 360 sprint cars, which a number of our drivers, including Dylan Westbrook, DJ Christie, were high on the scoreboard in qualifying. We have our 360 sprint car division. We have a crate sprint car division, an entry level where we get like almost 40 cars weekly in that division. Our Thunder stock division, it's a V8 street stock division, and then our mini stocks. And if you haven't watched any of these on a Friday night, you can live online every week. And I'll tell you what, our stock car divisions are bumper to bumper. If you like Talladega, Daytona, that's kind of our mini stocks.
Sort of a door-to-door racing, because they just, well, we got one around in turn number 2, does a full 360.
Brittany Moon goes around, one of our regulars down at Brighton Speedway.
Safety first, they will throw the caution. Josh Herron from LaSalle, Ontario in the 58H. Who else is on track? That 28, that's a pretty looking race car just going by the front straightaway. That's Mason Law, the driver from Frewsburg, New York.
Of course, Kenny Schrader's in that Federated Auto Parts number 9 right there in front of Brittany Moon in the 85. The 07 is Josh Toon from down to the Brighton Speedway area.
That is the Herminator. Kenny Wallace in the Mobile 1 number 36. Cowboy Dan Price in the 09 out of Pontypool, New York. You'll recognize Wes Bertozzi if you're a fan of Days of Thunder. That green and yellow, number 46.
The 55, David Bacon, out of Tecumseh, down from the west.
Bacon. Can his nickname just be...
Also out there is the 97 of David Barrett, former street stock driver down at Brighton Speedway. There you see Kenny Schrader on the big screen down in front. Multi-time winner here at Ohsweken Speedway over the years. He has had some good battles. He's not unbeatable, though.
No, that's just it. He is very, very good, but he is not unbeatable. He's not undefeated here at the track.
I got bad news. I can hear you. You can't hear me. It should be the other way around.
Really? Good for you. I'm going to talk over you all. Oh, I'm sorry, Greg. I couldn't tell you were talking.
Ken Schrader, in fact, is the all-time winningest driver here in UMP modified competition. He has 5 wins to Joel Dick's 2. Greg Bellier has a couple as well. And Dennis Lunger and Tim Richardson each have a win here. And then others not here tonight, Eugene Hoekstra and Justin Mills also have been winners in the UMP Modified. So that concludes Hot Laps for the UMP Canadian Modifieds here at Ohsweken Speedway. As we get ready to turn things back over to the World of Outlaws crew as they get ready for racing action. Tim Richardson ends up being the quickest overall over Dennis Lunger, Jaden Miller, Dan Price.
Good looking session. Don't say caution free, but error free. Nothing got torn up too badly with a couple of visiting classes on the schedule this week. It's a lot of drivers who weren't used to being on the track together, but doing a pretty good job. But boy, oh boy, do we have a lot of people. Good to see you, John Brush. Walking down across the front, huge supporter of sprint car racing in the area. Let's do a couple of, send it back to the man, to Johnny Gibson. It's time for sprint cars.
Thank you, Adam. Heat race number 1, the NOS Energy Drink Heat Race, pushing toward the Speedway. Now here's the way they'll start on the pole from Watertown, Connecticut. The shop uses.com, BillionAuto.com, Prosper Real Estate Investments, JRC Transportation, Jackson Motorplex. Number 2 of David Gravel. To his outside from Fargo, North Dakota, the nice Queen Atlantis Block, Absolute Automation and Security, PhilPools.com, JRC Transportation, High Performance Lubricants. Number 15 of Donnie Schatz. Third starter from Scotland, Ontario, the Miska Trailers, Weeks Construction, Ackland Insurance, Hills Racing, Nitro 54, number 47X, Dylan Westbrook. And fourth on the grid from Franklin, Indiana, behind the wheel of the WCI P3 Excavated KPM, number 27, Emerson Axum. Your fifth starter from Lemoore, California, drives the 2C Racing Outlaw Wings, Wedge High Performance Cards, Kaiser Aluminum Wheels, Level Utilities 2C Cole Macedo. To his outside going sixth from Lowville, New York, driving the Tioga Construction Westward Painting, number 41R, Dalton Rombo. Starting seventh from Canton, Illinois, in the NOS Energy Drink, King Racing Products, Elliott's Custom Trailers and Carts, High Performance Lubricants, Phillips and Tosco Developers, number 7S, Chris Wyndham. And eighth on the grid from Sprakers, New York, in the Ohsweken Speedway GSR Chassis, Glenn Stars Racing, Chantarelli Promotions, number 52, Stuart Friesen. Starting ninth from Six Nations in the Townline Variety, Prime Powders, Ackland Insurance, Strode's Barbecue and Deli, number 77X, Alex Hill. And the 10th starter from Dunville, Ohio, drives the Bodyline Auto Recyclers, Compass Industrial, number 46, Kevin Pauls. Scheduled to be your 11th and final starter from South Bend, Indiana, the Ohsweken Speedway GSR Chassis, Glenn Stars Racing, Chantarelli Promotions, number 39 of Ryan Newman. 11 cars, 8 laps the distance. Top 5 go to the feature. First and second to the Toyota Dash. NOS Energy Drink Heat Race number 1 for the Federated Auto Parts Six Nations Showdown. Waiting to get Ryan Newman's number 39 pushed off from the high side of the speedway in corner number 3. Caution lights will go out around the Ohsweken Speedway. We'll see the green flag for NOS Energy Drink Heat Race number 1 when they reach the stripe over in turn 4. It's the 2 of David Gravel, the 15 of Donnie Schatz from the front row. 47X Dylan Westbrook, 27 Emerson Axum in row 2. 2C Colemas, 41R Dalton Rombo in row 3. 7S Chris Wyndham, 52 Stuart Friesen. 77X Alex Hill, 46 Kevin Pauls, and the 39 of Ryan Newman. Top 5 go to the feature. Green flag waving on NOS Energy Drink Heat Race number 1. David Gravel to the early race lead. Donnie Schatz challenged for second by Dylan Westbrook. Right behind Westbrook, Emerson Axum moving in. Westbrook to the inside of Schatz, can't steal the second spot away as lap number 1 goes in the books. Cole Macedo to the inside of Emerson Axum. Those two get very close at the end of the back straightaway. Macedo currently holds the 5th and final transfer spot. Axum to the top in turns 1 and 2, trying to make a run on the 47X of Dylan Westbrook for 3rd. Macedo the slider to get by Emerson Axum, move Cole Macedo up into the 4th spot. And now Chris Wyndham starting to chase down Emerson Axum for the final transfer spot. This time by halfway home, David Gravel leading Donnie Schatz by 1 3/4 seconds. Dylan Westbrook 3rd, Cole Macedo 4th, Emerson Axum 5th, and Axum now pressured by the 7S of Chris Wyndham. Running in 7th at Stuart Friesen, Dalton Rombo in 8th, Ryan Newman 9th, and Alex Hill and Kevin Pauls. David Gravel extending his advantage over Donnie Schatz now to 2.1 seconds. Car sideways, it is the 7S of Chris Wyndham. Caution flag waves. Under caution for the 7S of Chris Wyndham, who is challenging Emerson Axum for the final transfer spot as we look at the DIRTVision replay. And you can see the back end just break loose. Wyndham couldn't hang on to it, spins the Sides Motorsports 7S to a stop. We have 5 laps complete and 3 laps remaining in the NOS Energy Drink First Heat Race. Your leader is David Gravel in car number 2. Running second is the 15 of Donnie Schatz. Third is the 47X of Dylan Westbrook. Fourth, the 2C Cole Macedo. Fifth, the 27 of Emerson Axum. This will move Stuart Friesen up to 6th in car number 52. Dalton Rombo restarts 7th. Ryan Newman 8th. Alex Hill 9th. Kevin Pauls 10th. And then Chris Wyndham runs 11th. restart on the front stretch the next time at the cone. Drivers must maintain their single file running order until they pass to the outside of that cone on the front straightaway. We do single file restarts with 5 laps or less remaining in heat race competition with the World of Outlaws NOS Energy Drink Sprint Car Series. Green flag in the air. We come back to racing action with David Gravel continuing to show the way. Dalton Rombo to the inside of Stuart Friesen. Move Rombo now into the 6th spot in that 41R. Dylan Westbrook all over for Donnie Schatz, racing for a position in this evening's Toyota Dash. Schatz hangs on to the 2nd spot for now, but again, Westbrook's gonna run up the back straightaway. White flag set to wave for Donnie Schatz. We watch the battle for a spot in the Toyota Dash between the 10-time World of Outlaws champion and Dylan Westbrook in the 47X, the 7-time winner here this season in 360 action. Westbrook to the outside. Checkered flag waves, Gravel gets the win. Hanging on to 2nd will be Donnie Schatz. Dylan Westbrook crosses the line 3rd. Cole Macedo 4th, and Emerson Axum rounds out the top 5. Finishing order for the NOS Energy Drink first heat race. David Gravel, the winner in car number 2. 2nd, the 15 of Donnie Schatz. 3rd to the 47X of Dylan Westbrook. 4th, the 2C Cole Macedo. 5th, the 27 Emerson Axum. Those 5 drivers qualify for tonight's feature. 6th was the 41R of Dalton Rombo. 7th, the 52 of Stuart Friesen. 8th, the 77X of Alex Hill. 9th, the 7S of Chris Windham. 10th, the 39 Ryan Newman. 11th, the 46 of Kevin Pauls. Dylan Westbrook made it interesting in the final couple of laps trying to get by Donnie Schatz for 2nd and a spot in the Toyota Dash. He'll settle for 3rd. He'll start 9th in tonight's feature, and he's now set to talk to Connor Wade.
And the man who's won 6 of 7 races, he's ran it at Ohsweken in 2026, was on the podium also last season with the Outlaws during this race. You're in the show tonight, and a great starting spot for you, rolling off 9th. Didn't get by Donnie right there, but man, rolling off from the inside of row 5. Do you feel like you're going to be dangerous come feature time tonight?
Yeah, we messed up a little bit there in qualifying, but made some good adjustments there. Felt really good. Really wish we could have got Donnie there just to get into the dash and try some more stuff, but we'll try adjust a bit more and see how we can do in the future.
He's a local the Outlaws always have to go through here at Ohsweken. Dylan Westbrook, P3 and E1.
Thank you, Connor. Here's the starting lineup for the Knoxville-bound 2nd heat race on the pole from Beachville, Ontario. The Glen Stires Racing, LMP Excavation, Ackland Insurance, number 5 of DJ Christie. And on the outside of the front row from Worcester, Ohio, piloting the NOS Energy Drink, Housby, A+ Lawn and Landscape, Hannafin Towing, number 18, Sheldon Hodenshield. Your 3rd starter from Tonawanda, New York, drives the Airport Collision Fiberworks Composites, Get It Dumpster 7NY, Matt Farnham. And to the outside of the 2nd row from Tilsonburg, Ontario, the Lone Wolf Fireworks, Mobile One, Village Variety, and Gaspar, Charlie B. Honey, number 39T, Corey Turner. Starting 5th from Parma, Michigan, in the Hellraiser Jacks, Mr. Heater, Messiah Valley Transportation, Mulehead Brand Mellick Performance, number 6, Brad Lamberson, and 6th on the grid from Hartford, Ohio, the 10-runner Bourbon, Liberty Steel, Ryan Blaney Family Foundation, number 10 of the Lowrider, Dale Blaney. Starting in the 7th spot from Victoriaville, Quebec, driving the Movex, Transport Benoit Lafleur, wins Quebec, number 21, Alex Terrian. And outside the 4th row from Glendale, Arizona, driving the Moxie, Indy Performance Composites, Maxim Chassis, High Performance Lubricants, AZ HVAC, number 51, Ashton Torgerson. Final row inside 9th starter from Ohsweken, Ontario, the Nitro 54, Iroquois Concrete and Construction, Kalis Custom Tuning, Strode's Barbecue and Deli, number 77, E. Ashton Van Every. And the final starter from Port Lambton, Ontario, the Shetlands Limited, Saw Solutions, NRG Essentials, Select Finishings, number 28K, Tate O'Leary. Field lining up behind the Toyota Pace truck for Knoxville-bound heat race number 2. We get set for the start of the Knoxville-bound 2nd heat race. DJ Christie and Sheldon Hodenshield lead us to the green flag in this one. Sheldon Hodenshield down low, DJ Christie up high. Christie's got the advantage out of turn 2. Caution on the speedway, car sideways in turns 1 and 2. Ashton Van Every in the 77E facing the infield barriers in corner number 2, bringing us under caution. It'll be a complete restart for our Knoxville-bound second heat race. DJ Christie and Sheldon Hodenshield return to the front row side by side. And we understand now there is damage to the 77E that will require the services of the wrecker to the front of that machine. Getting hooked up to the front end of Ashton Van Every's 77E. Word we get over the Racing Electronics World of Outlaws radio system, flat left front tire on that car. Van Every slated to start in the 9th spot in this Knoxville-bound second heat race. So Van Every will make his way to the Federated Car Care work zone. He'll have a guarantee of at least 2 minutes to try to get repairs made and get back out for the restart. Ashton Van Every is in the Federated Car Care work zone. However, latest report we got that his crew was not. Van Every will not make it out for the restart, so the caution lights go out once again. The Toyota Pace truck will exit on the backstretch, and we will get set for the complete restart of Knoxville-bound heat race number 2. DJ Christie and Sheldon Hodenshield from the front row. Matt Farnham alongside Corey Turner in row 2. Brad Lamberson and Dale Blaney making up row 3. Alex Terrian, Ashton Torgerson, and Tate O'Leary. Green flag in the air. DJ Christie to the lead out of turn 4 as they race into corner number 1. Christie enters low, exits high. Sheldon Hodenshield looking for a run down the back straightaway. They'll battle for the lead into corners 3 and 4. DJ Christie on the bottom, Sheldon Hodenshield up high. Christie leads the opening lap. Sheldon to the inside in turn 1, pulls even with the number 5. They'll go side by side down the backstretch into corner number 3. Race for the lead between Sheldon Hodenshield on the bottom and DJ Christie on the top. Christie's momentum maintains that race advantage for the number 5. Here's Sheldon again at the bottom side in 1 and 2. Sheldon not enough room to slide up in front of Christie. He'll follow down the backstretch. Meanwhile, Dale Blaney in the final transfer spot. Alex Terrian trying to catch up with him. Blaney holds the 5th position as we approach the halfway point in the Knoxville-bound second heat race. Terrian maybe getting a little bit closer as they race to the bottom in turns 3 and 4. Cross flags for your leader, DJ Christie. 4 laps complete, 4 laps to go. His advantage now 1 second over second place Sheldon Hodenshield. Alex Terrian continues to close on Dale Blaney. The battle for the final transfer spot now. Hunt into corner number 3. Blaney holds the low line through the corner, maintains 5th with 3 laps to go in this Knoxville-bound second heat race. Sheldon Hodenshield once again mounts a challenge for the lead, this time by 2 laps to go, and your new leader is Sheldon Hodenshield. Sheldon Hodenshield by DJ Christie to take the lead. Sheldon now pacing down the backstretch. They'll work through 3 and 4 and down to the white flag. 1 more lap to go in the Knoxville-bound second heat race. Traffic for the leader in the final set of turns as Sheldon Hodenshield works to the inside of Tate O'Leary. Sheldon Hodenshield gets the win. Second goes to DJ Christie, Matt Farnham in third, Corey Turner in fourth, and Dale Blaney with that fifth and final transfer spot. Here is the official finishing order for the Knoxville-bound second heat race. Your winner in car number 18, Sheldon Hodenshield. Second to the 5 of DJ Christie. Finishing third, the 7NY of Matt Farnham. Fourth, the 39T of Corey Turner. And fifth, car number 10, Dale Blaney. Those 5 drivers move into this evening's feature. Sixth, the 21 of Alex Terrian. Seventh, the 6 of Brad Lamberson. And eighth, the 51 Ashton Torgerson. Ninth, the 28K of Tate O'Leary. And in 10th, the 77E of Ashton Van Every. Dale Blaney racing at Ohsweken Speedway for the first time since 2008 this evening. He locks into the feature. He'll talk to Connor Wade.
Well, last September, Dale Blaney became the oldest winner in the history of the World of Outlaws at 61. Dale, it's the first time you and your brother have brought this car to Ohsweken. I know this has been a track on the bucket list. You raced by the 21 for a transfer spot right there. How's this 10 car getting around this place?
Well, it's a struggle right now. I made one bad lap qualifying, didn't even make my second one, but we'll learn a little bit in the A. Start towards the back and throw something at it and see what we've got.
Knoxville bound heat number 2. We talked to the driver of the car that's owned by 1997 Knoxville Nationals champion in Dave Blaney. John?
Thank you, Connor. Here's the way they start Wicks Filters Heat Race number 3. Your pole sitter from Lemoore, California, driving the all-by-your alternative MVT, Tarleton and Sun Sage family, Scott Boyd family, Complete Parts and Equipment Solutions. Number 41, Carson Macedo. To his outside from Hanover, Pennsylvania, behind the wheel of the Federated Auto Parts, Duramax, Mark Martin Motors, TKS Concrete Shark Racing. Number 1, S. Logan Schuhart. Third starter from Pen Grove, California, the Toyota Racing Mobile One Roth Motorsports, Roth Enterprises, HR Livestock Transportation, number 83, Buddy Kofoid. And going fourth on the grid from Geneva, New York, the Frado Curbing Speedway Performance DMI Lake to Lake Tree Service, number 22, Jonathan Preston. Starting fifth from Fulton, Ontario, in the Moxie Performance Advisors, DJD Gear, Humberview Parts.ca, DJD Graphics, 12DD, Darren Dryden. And the sixth starter from Lebanon, Indiana, drives the NOS Energy Drink West Tennessee Expediting Tag Truck Center ZMAX Stanton Racing Engines, number 17, Spencer Baston. Last year's Rookie of the Year starts 7th from Columbia, Missouri, the SNS Nationwide CSC Group, LRI, Eagle Stop, Easy Gaming, Dave Smith, GMC, Retrieving Freedom, number 23, Garrett Williamson. And 8th on the grid from Ohsweken, and the number 77T 420 Express, Babineau Septic Services, JR's Riverside Bait and Tackle, Route 54 Variety and Gas Aero Express entry, Tyler Paulus. Starting 9th from St. Matthew de Belley, Quebec, in the FM Industries, Gunstars Racing M3S Conference 4 Seasons, number 28, Jordan Poirier. And outside of him from Cheektowaga, New York, driving the Airport Collision Fiberworks Composites, number 94, Todd Hoddick. Lineup assembling for the start of Wicks Filters Heat Race number 3. Toyota Pace truck pulls into the infield. We get set for the green flag in our Wicks Filters third heat race. Carson Macedo, Logan Schuhart side by side as the green flag goes in the air. Macedo leading. Right behind him, Logan Schuhart. Caution, we've got 2 cars together in turn 2. 77T Tyler Paulus and the 94 of Todd Hoddick. Todd Hoddick's number 94 getting pushed away from the accident scene. Looks like Tyler Paulus will be able to refire the 77T as well. So once again, the field doubling up, getting set for the complete restart of Wicks Filters Heat Race number 3. couple of winners here at the Ohsweken Speedway, side by side in the front row. The victory for Logan Shewhart in 2017 with the World of Outlaws NOS Energy Drink Sprint Car Series. A 2017 360 win in Northern Nationals action here for your pole sitter, Carson Macedo. Tyler Paulus, Todd Hoddick take their spot in the 5th row as the Toyota Pace truck makes its way into the infield. We'll stay under yellow flag conditions. Correction, green flag in the air as lap number 1 goes in the books. Carson Macedo leads at Logan Shewhart 2nd. Spencer Baston 3rd, Buddy Kofoid 4th. The battle for the 5th and final transfer spot, heating up down the back straightaway. Down low, the 23 of Garrett Williamson. On the top of the racetrack, Jordan Poirier, who out 5th as they cross the line. Poirier in the final transfer spot on the outside looking in. The 2025 Kevin Gobrecht Award by 5-Star Bodies winner, and he is challenged now for the 6th spot down low out of corner number 4 by the 12 Double D of Darren Dryden. Now Williamson getting a move on, closing in on Jordan Poirier once again for the transfer spot. Halfway this time by for your leader, Carson Macedo. Slider in turn 4, move Garrett Williamson back into the transfer spot in car number 23. Poirier trying to come back at him on the high side in 1 and 2. Garrett Williamson has the transfer spot. Jordan Poirier and Darren Dryden behind him. Now Spencer Baston and Buddy Kofoid go wheel to wheel for the 3rd spot. Give it to the Roth Motorsports number 83. Buddy Kofoid now into 3rd. Less than 2 laps remaining in this Wix Filters 3rd heat race. White flag now displayed for Carson Macedo. Macedo working down the backstretch and into turn 3. Out of the 4th turn to the checkered flag, Carson Macedo wins the Wix Filters 3rd heat race. 2nd to Logan Shewhart. In the 3rd spot, it will be Buddy Kofoid. Spencer Baston 4th, and Garrett Williamson comes home 5th. Wix Filters heat race number 3 finishes in this order. Getting the win in car number 41, Carson Macedo. 2nd to the 1S of Logan Shewhart. 3rd, the 83, Buddy Kofoid. 4th, the car number 17, Spencer Baston. 5th, the 23 of Garrett Williamson. Those 5 drivers lock into the feature. 6th, the 12, Double D, Darren Dryden. 7th, the 28, Jordan Poirier. 8th, the 22, Jonathan Preston. 9th, the 94, Todd Hoddick. And 10th, the 77T of Tyler Paulus. Garrett Williamson fell back out of a transfer spot, was able to charge his way back forward and lock the number 23 into tonight's Federated Auto Parts Six Nations Showdown.
The man who led over half the Kings Royal on Saturday in the show tonight after a battle with Jordan Poirier. He looked really good up on the high side. He found something down on the bottom, however. What was that battle like for the transfer spot?
Really important. Guy showed me the top there in 3 and 4. I think he missed it, down here in 1 and 2 and gave me a run, and I just drove across there and was able to clear him and then started running Spencer down. I honestly felt a lot better than him. I kind of wish I would have tried the top down here in 3 and 4 a little sooner. That would have been a huge spot to gain, a couple rows there. But I probably just missed it a little bit there in qualifying. And now we got our work cut out for us, but I felt really good there in the heat race. So the boys are going to go back to work on it and get it even better.
The second night at Ohsweken last year, Williamson ended up in the 7th spot at the end of the race.
Thank you, Connor. Final heat race of the evening brought to you by Golf Cart Services. Here's the way they'll come to the line on the pole from Leduc, Alberta. In the Gibbsville Cheese Flint Trucking, Nelson Brothers Construction, CMR Wholesale Tools and Equipment, Diamond Pit Lights, 16C Skylar G. Outside of row 1 from Norman, Oklahoma, the Ream, Glenville Station, Pub and Grub, Jetco, Lehigh Valley, Industrial number 69K, Christopher Bell. Third starter, the native of North Pole, Alaska, now living in Heartland, Wisconsin, the Anderson's Pure Maple Syrup, Indian Motorcycle of Metro Milwaukee, Answer Creek Consulting, GT Transport, number 17B, the North Pole Nightmare, Bill Baylog. To his outside from Dunville, Ontario, the Nitro 54 Sit and Bull Tire Ackland Insurance Shares Waterproof 15T, Ryan Turner. Your fifth starter from Mount Bridges, Ontario, the Pride Seeds, Vibrant Farms, APC Reynolds Trucking, Nelly Automotive, number 45, Nick Sheridan. And outside of row 3 from Harding, Pennsylvania, driving the Mechanical Service Company, Pribula Industries, White Bread Enterprises, Cross Welding and Fabrication, number 79, Jordan Thomas. Starting 7th from Bradenton, Florida, in the Tubatows Family Oil, USA Fence, TI-22 Performance, Reineke Construction, All-Star Performance, number 28, M. Connor Morrell. And outside of row 4 from Adrian, Michigan, the Ohsweken Speedway, GSR Chassis, Glenn Stires Racing, 0DN of Darren Night Up. Final row inside from St. Pete, Quebec, the GMB Hydraulics Motorsport 88 3G, Dale Gosselin. And the final starter from Ohsweken in the Ohsweken Speedway, GSR Chassis, Glenn Stires Racing, LMP Excavation, Silver Lake Premium Spirits, number 68, Aaron Turkey. 10 cars, 8 laps for Golf Cart Services, heat race number 4. Caution lights out around the Ohsweken Speedway as the Toyota Pace truck prepares to make its exit. Green flag for the drivers at the chalk stripe over in corner number 4. 16C Skylar G, 69K Christopher Bell in row number 1. The 17B Bill Baylog, 15T Ryan Turner in row 2. 45 Nick Sheridan, 79 Jordan Thomas, 28 M Connor Morrell, 0DN Darren Nida, 3G Dale Gosselin, and 68 Aaron Turkey. Final heat race of the evening for the greatest show on dirt. Three-car battle for the lead into turns 1 and 2, making the move down low. The North Pole Nightmare, Bill Baylog, takes command. Racing now for second and a spot in the Toyota Dash. Christopher Bell a little sideways out of turn 4. He's able to gather it back in, but that opens up the inside lane for Nick Sheridan, the 45. He'll make the move. Sheridan now up to third. Bell running fourth. Now Bell back to the inside of the 45, side by side. They go through corners 3 and 4. Christopher Bell, Nick Sheridan still wheel to wheel. Bell had the third spot as they crossed the line. Sheridan coming right back after the Crates Motorsports 69K. Wheel to wheel action down to the inside in turns 3 and 4. Sheridan gets by Bell, and now Bell challenged on the outside by Jordan Thomas, who takes the 4th spot. Christopher Bell back to the inside of Thomas, goes side by side out of turn 2. Right now, Christopher Bell in the final transfer spot looking for some breathing room, makes the move to the inside in corner number 3. Christopher Bell back up to 4th. Jordan Thomas in the final transfer position. Behind them, it is the 15T of Ryan Turner closing quickly. Thomas again, another good run out of turn number 2, gets back by Christopher Bell, at least for the moment. 5 laps down, 3 to go in the Golf Cart Services 4th heat race. Jordan Thomas back by Christopher Bell. Thomas back to 4th. Thomas up over the cushion in 1 and 2, still has a good run out of the second corner, maintains the 4th spot. Now Christopher Bell will have to fend off the challenge from the 15T of Ryan Turner for the transfer spot as Turner looks to the inside in corner number 4. 2 laps to go in the Golf Cart Services 4th heat race. Out in front, Bill Baylog leading it by 3 seconds as we go double box on DIRTVision and watch Ryan Turner in the 15T trying to get by Christopher Bell for the final transfer spot. Leader has already seen the white flag. Bell now pulling away just a bit out of corner number 4. Bill Baylog to the bottom in 3 and 4 and down to the checkered flag. The North Pole Nightmare dominates the Golf Cart Services 4th heat race. Second goes to Skylar G. Third, Nick Sheridan. Jordan Thomas 4th and Christopher Bell in 5th. Your official order of finish for the Golf Cart Services 4th heat race, getting the win in the 17B, Bill Baylog. Second, the 16C, Skylar G. Third, the 45, Nick Sheridan. Fourth, the 79, Jordan Thomas. And in fifth, the 69K of Christopher Bell, with those 5 drivers qualifying for the feature. Sixth, the 15T, Ryan Turner. Seventh, the 28M, Connor Morrell. Eighth, the 0DN of Darren Nida. Ninth, the 3G of Dale Gosselin. 10th, the 68, Aaron Turkey. Nick Sheridan has a 3rd place run, and he locks solidly into tonight's feature. Impressive stuff for the driver out of Mount Bridges, Ontario, as he gets set to talk to Connor Wade.
Sheridan, the winner of 3 ESS races in his career, one of them this season. 3rd place run is going to slot him 12th to start the feature, able to get around Christopher Bell pretty early on in that heat race. What did you learn about this 45 machine, and can you do something from this 12th place starting spot?
We're learning a lot with the 410s here for sure, man. This is our local track, and it's a little different than we're normally used to. We usually run on the bottom a lot with the 360s around here, but these things, you got a lot more stomp off the corner, and it's a lot of fun. It's pretty cool to race against Christopher Bell. That's not something you can do every day, so it's pretty awesome. We're excited to see what we can do in the future.
John, that's a good point that Nick Sheridan made. A lot of the drivers around here used to race in 360 sprint cars. Very little 410 races at Ohsweken, but a lot of these drivers adapting nicely so far tonight.
Definitely so. Thank you, Connor Wade. Heat race action now complete for the World of Outlaws NOS Energy Drink Sprint Car Series. Coming up, we'll find out who lines up where in the Toyota Dash. That starting position draw is next on the race program, and you'll see it when we return to the Federated Auto Parts Six Nations Showdown live on DIRTVision. You wanted the best, you got them 4 abreast. Often imitated, never duplicated. The greatest show on dirt, the World of Outlaws.
Looking for a refreshing change? Say goodbye to sluggish performance and reach for the one that won't slow you down.
That's crisp.
Experience the force of clean, pure oil coursing through your engine. No matter what you drive, Wix Filters is the clear choice. Here's to filtration that works as hard as you do. Wix Premium Filters. Performance starts here.
Trackwear, streetwear, workwear. No matter where you are, be race ready. Clothing brand built for fans, drivers, and crews.
They'll tell you who you are.
What you can't do.
Where you don't belong.
But with the right people at your side, you write your own story.
You don't wait for success, you chase it. Sharper, tougher, faster, with every lap.
And when you give everything you've got, you don't just win. You inspire what comes next.
DIRTVision would like to thank our friends at Elliott's Custom Trailers and Carts for helping us get from track to track.
Every lap, every race, every bit of paint traded for every hard-fought place. every checkered flag and trophy raised, every ounce of dirt, sweat, and gears. They're all jammed inside every can of NOS Energy. Go ahead, open up a can.
It's ARP Fasteners for whatever you race. From 2 wheels to 4. Off-road, on-road, even water. From the flat track to the salt flats. Grassroots racers, weekend warriors, and pros alike trust ARP. Made in America quality, family-owned and operated. When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com. No matter what you race.
Speedway, real estate investment, KRT Transportation, Jacksonville Press, number 2, the 2-time event, World of Outlaws,
We got it all at shopdtr.com. We got koozies, t-shirts, crew necks, hoodies, die-casts, pullback cars. We got everything. Check it out right here.
With heat race action complete here at the Ohsweken Speedway for the Federated Auto Parts Six Nations Showdown, the first and second place drivers in those heat races have made their way into the infield, and we are about set to find out who starts where in the Toyota Dash. Connor Wade set to conduct that starting position draw.
Thank you, John. 8 drivers in tonight's Toyota Dash. Whatever they pull out of the NOS Energy Drink can is where they will start that event from. And tonight's Toyota Dash will line up the front 4 rows for our feature here this evening. Let's start tonight with the man who set quick time and then got the win in heat race number 1. It's 2-time defending World of Outlaws champion David Gravel, who swept both nights of Outlaw action for the Six Nations Showdown last year right here at Ohsweken Speedway. Gravel reaches in 1 through 8 in the NOS can. David loves to take his time on these dash draws. It's been him before, but not tonight. He gets the SPA technique number 1. Obviously, best case scenario for you to get to your 3rd consecutive win here at Ohsweken. The bottom hung around. It seemed like throughout most of the 4 heat races. Does it stay there throughout the night, or does it go away a little bit?
You know, I haven't raced her too much in the past couple years, so last year obviously was good, but Mother Nature gave us a little bit of like patchy grip in random spots, so it's just not real consistent all the way around the racetrack, which makes it fun as a race car driver. So, you know, I was in Group A and Heat 1, and, you know, there's been a lot of racing since Heat 1, so we're just had to stay on top of the racetrack and try to pay attention what line is going to be the fastest. You've seen some guys, local guys, ripping the top there at the end of Heat 4, so yeah, we're just going to have to keep our eyes wide open and stay on top of it.
David Gravel gets the SPA technique number 1. He's on the pole of tonight's Toyota Dash. Carson Macedo will be up next. Cruise to the win in Heat 3. We go in this order with split field qualifying. 1 out of the can already. Can Carson join David on the front row? No, but it'll be close. He gets the number 3. Good starting spot for Carson. 2017, it's been almost 9 years, has been 9 years since you won the Northern Sprint Car Nationals in Joe Gardy's 3G. What do you remember, and how big of a win was that for you at that time in your career?
It was huge. It doesn't feel like that long ago. It makes me feel old when you say that. It feels like not that long ago when I came up here. It was a lot of fun. I remember the 3G was dialed right in the middle, and I was able to kind of just move around. And I think Sam Haferty, I got by him, you know, towards the end of the race. So, yeah, I feel like the JJR 41 car's been good so far. Phillip, Dietz, Robbie McQuinn, and Adam Zimmerman have been turning the wrenches the right way. This is a place that's very dependent on your car being good. So the fact that I'm up front says a lot about them. And yeah, just a big thank you to Dennis Albaugh, everything he does for our team, and hopefully we can keep this 41 car up front where it belongs.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know, Holly's school year ended, and then she took her entire summer break, took time to come out on the road and spend it with you, and you haven't got to victory lane since she's come back down on the road with you, so you need to get that done.
Yeah, it's no pressure, but yeah, she's been letting me know, so I'll do my best, and hopefully I can put it there where it belongs.
Sounds great. Carson Macedo going to start 3rd in tonight's Toyota Dash. Sheldon Hodenshield had a late race pass to get the win in heat race number 2 in that NOS 18. There's a look at him right there, getting by the 5 of DJ Christie. Hodenshield with 6 wins on the season so far, gets the number 7, so some work to do for you in tonight's Toyota Dash, but nice late race rally right there to get by the 5 of Christie. What did you come up with those last few circuits?
Yeah, I just was able to see where he was at and move around a little bit and just searching, and we're going to have to do that all night here, man. This track changes a lot, and happy to be in this dash, man. This NOS Energy Drink 18's been fast, so we'll keep working on it and see what we got.
Sheldon Hanschild going to roll off P7 in tonight's Toyota Dash as he looks for another win with the World of Outlaws. Logan Schuhart will be, nope, check that, Bill Baylard will be up next, my apologies. Baylard got the win in the night's fourth and final heat race, had a great start to go from the inside of row number 2 to the win. In that one, Baylard has now made 6 of his last 8 dashes with the Outlaws. You get the 4, so good starting spot for you in tonight's Toyota Dash outside the second row next to Carson. But the start of that heat race, 3-1, how'd you pull that off on that first lap?
Yeah, I just felt like qualifying we weren't that good, so we changed a bunch of stuff on the car. We changed all the torsion bars and just tried to see if we could maybe catch something, just kind of do something different there. But yeah, I think the front row, they were just pretty high up on the racetrack, so I was able to get a little bit of a run down the front straightaway. There was some moisture there, but yeah, hopefully we can make something out of this. We can hopefully rebound and stay on the racetrack the whole night.
Bill Baylard going to start fourth in tonight's Toyota Dash. He's been consistent as of late, making 6 of the last 8 eligible dashes, as I said. Donnie Schatz will be up next as we move on to second place finishers in heat race action. Schatz was the runner-up to David Ravel in heat race number 1. Held off Dylan Westbrook to secure the night's final dash spot. Coming up, Donnie, it's your turn. Schatz has 4 wins here at Ohsweken Speedway. That is the most in the World of Outlaws' first 14 races at this facility. 2, 5, 6, and 8 left in the can. Donnie gets the 6. He'll be outside of row number 3 for this evening's Toyota Dash. First dash for you in a little bit. You and your CJB Motorsports team have had some struggles the last couple of weeks. I know you guys have tried a couple of different things. You've brought out some new race stars. Has progress been made getting in this dash tonight?
We're always making progress. Probably not as fast as we all want to, but there's a lot of different things that, for myself and me and Barry, are learning each other. And the guys, they're definitely working. There's days you scratch your head, and then there's days that it all goes your way. So they'll keep digging, and we'll get it right. They're just there's a lot of avenues, a lot of little things that you can do, and I think we've found some things that probably don't work well for us, and others that do. So we'll just keep plugging along and try to make some more progress.
Great to see Donnie Schatz in the Toyota Dash tonight as he looks for win number 5 at this racetrack. Now it's Logan Schuhart's turn, the Hanover, Pennsylvania native who won here with the Outlaws in 2017. Won victory this season. That came at Eldora back in May. Plus 25 last week in feature positions gained. He starts 8th outside of the 4th row. So some work for you to do in this Toyota Dash, but you won here back in 2017. You know what it takes to get it done at this racetrack. Describe for fans that don't necessarily realize how much of a different racetrack Ohsweken is, how hard it is to win here.
Yeah, it's really tough. It's super slick, and like we were talking with other drivers there, it's like you can't outdrive your race car here. If your car is good, you're going to go to the front, and if not, you're basically along for the ride. So super tricky racetrack. It's kind of one of its own that, we don't go to many racetracks like this, and it doesn't hurt the tires. Feels like it's, you're basically racing on ice. Super slick, but it puts on a good race. It's fun. It creates the finesse, and the driver has to come out and really get the wing back and to plant the car. So it's fun. The cars are a lot different. Tires are a lot different from when we won here in 2017. We learned that last year. Not the best finishes, but Brian, Carly, Bill made some changes this year, and we're in the dash. So we're headed in the right direction. We got a chance at a good finish tonight. Not the pill draw that we really wanted, but like I said, if your car's good and the driver makes some good decisions, I think we can take it to the front. So just happy for our Federated Auto Parts team, TKS Concrete, Mark Martin Motors, 1S team. We're starting 8th in the dash, and we'll see what we can do.
The 1S will share row 4 with Sheldon Hanschild for tonight's Toyota Dash. 2 and 5 are left. DJ Christie and Skylar G are the 2 drivers left to draw. Here's DJ Christie up first, second quick in tonight's first flight of Odyssey Roofing qualifying. Christie makes his first career dash for the Outlaws. He is going to start 5th. So a great opportunity for you, obviously, to get a big Outlaw win. What would be a big Outlaw win for you? P5 in the dash. What's your approach and how do you get this one done?
Well, I said on Monday to the boys, if we come in here and people know our name when we're done, then that's the goal. So we've already accomplished that, so anything from here is just a positive.
DJ Christie going to start 5th in tonight's Toyota Dash of that number 5 machine. And Skylar G will be the last man to draw as he makes his first dash of the 2026 World of Outlaws campaign for Greg Wheeler Motorsports. He'll reach in and make the number 2 official. Skylar, you are a Canadian, and even though we're 2,000 miles away from Alberta where you're from and Ohsweken, nowhere even near your home track, it's got to still be cool to say you get to race in your home country, right?
Oh, yeah, it's fun. I get to take all the guys out and show them around a little bit and give them try some different candy and whatnot. But no, I got to thank Greg and Susan for having me out here, and Roger, Kyler, Lee Stoffer's been helping us for the last couple of weeks, and I felt like we had a really good car last week, and just couldn't get qualified, but tonight made some good changes and got qualified and was pretty good in the heat there.
Skylar G on the front row of tonight's Toyota Dash. John Hill joined the two of David Ravel.
Thank you, Connor. And so again, the starting lineup for this evening's Toyota Dash will look like this. It'll be David Gravel alongside Skylar G in row 1, Carson Macedo and Bill Baylog from row 2, then DJ Christie and Donnie Schatz in row 3, Sheldon Hodenshield and Logan Schuart in row 4. World of Outlaws' next event on the Speedway will be will be the C-Main, then the Toyota Dash. But in the meantime, we've got UMP Modifieds getting set for heat race competition here at the Ohsweken Speedway. Greg Cowan and Adam Ross with the call for you.
Thank you very much, John, as we get ready for the UMP Canadian Modified Challenge here tonight. Again, 21 cars are assigned into the Speedway. I'm Greg Kelman, with me Adam Ross, and great cross-section. We talked about this earlier, Adam. We're going to see it from the east of Ontario, the west of Ontario, and then we've got the stars from down in the States coming to visit as well.
It's going to be a lot of fun, and the track is night and day different from what these drivers practiced on earlier. But for anyone who visits this racetrack, and most of the drivers in the field do, this is a pretty typical Ohsweken Speedway surface.
That it is. This is not a regular division for us on a Friday night, but we welcome these UMP Canadian Modifieds on a regular basis 2 or 3 times a year. And our first qualifier is rolling out onto the Speedway, and this is how they are going to line up on the pole out of LaSalle, Ontario. In the 58H, it's Josh Heron to his outside from St. Louis, Missouri. And the number 36, it's Kenny Wallace, the Herminator. Lining up third out of Sterling in the 25, it's Greg Bellier, and to his outside going forth from Frankfurt in the 212, it's Adam Whaley. Lining up in 5th from Comer, Ontario, the 46 is Wes Bertozzi. And starting in 6th out of Statesville, North Carolina, the 52 is Brooklyn Newman. Rolling off 7th out of Trenton, Ontario, the 85 is Brittany Moon. And starting in 8th, the 53, Brad Simpson from Rodney, Ontario. David Bacon out of Tecumseh, Ontario, and the 55 starts in 9th. And from Trenton, Ontario, in the 91, it's Jaden Miller in the 10th starting spot. And going 11th in the 1D from Chatham, it's Jake Hooker. 11 cars, 8 laps will be the distance in our first of 2 qualifying heats here tonight.
It's going to be a lot of fun to watch these cars, but if you need a little bit of guidance, let me give you a suggestion. Keep one eye on that bright yellow car starting tail in this field. Jake Hooker is a second-generation, young, up-and-coming wheelman. I don't even know if he's still up-and-coming. He's kind of arrived with what he does. Just a talented shoe behind the wheel. And I don't think he's going to hang out at the back of this one for too long.
No, he is always quick no matter what division he's competing in. We'll watch for that one car to make the moves from the back. And great to have Kenny Wallace here for the first time. He's been on social media, it seems like, all week from right here at Ohsweken. And it's been great to have him here in his first ever visit. But I don't know as though Kenny Schrader, who's going to be in heat number 2, shared anything with him by the sounds of it.
You believe half of what you hear. Because Kenny Wallace was lightning quick in practice. Yeah. I'm not too concerned about Wallace being able to get up to speed. And I'd like to say we had him as a guest on Rivals Race Chat Monday night, but I think he had us as a guest on our show on Monday. That was a lot of fun.
So the first qualifiers lined up and ready to go for the UMP versus Canadian Modifieds with Josh Heron. Kenny Wallace on that front row. Greg Bellier, Adam Whaley, row 2, Wes Bertuzzi. Back there in that 5th starting spot in that Days of Thunder City Chevrolet 46. As we come to the WG Truck Center start zone, our first of 2 qualifiers set to take the green flag from our starter, Carter Long.
Greg Bellier wasted no time jumping to the inside to pick up that second spot, but Kenny Wallace is driven away out in front. Bacon gets sideways in turn 2.
Off of corner 4, they continue on clean and green. It's all Kenny Wallace. And a couple of cars piling up as we see Brooklyn Newman in the 52 goes around. And I think that's Brad Simpson also involved.
Looks like both drivers will be able to continue. And as I said, this track will have changed so much since they practiced that Brooklyn Newman, a driver without a ton of seat time yet, glad to see her up here to give the Big O a try.
With these UMP modifieds, if you're new to this style of car, a little different than the center steers, they call them, those center seat modifieds here in the Northeast, these cars have very narrow tires on them. So grip is at a premium on a track tonight that might not have a lot of grip.
No, they're a real handful. Back in the day, I mean, going down to Volusia for speed weeks, you know, you talk about late model sprint cars. The Northeast Dirt Modifieds have a few nights down there. And these modifieds used to be kind of a support class. There was 100 of the darn things, but man, oh man, do they put on a show.
Very popular in the Midwest. They'll see the mobile one white flag next time around. They'll come back to it with Kenny Wallace on that front row with Greg Bellier. Greg's one of those drivers from here in Ontario that does a lot of touring in the States.
He does so, participated in part of the Hell Tour this season. We're going to stay under yellow as they work on the lineup. How about Jake Hooker going from 11th to 6th on lap 1?
Just a reminder, 50-50 is over $4,000.
Maybe he didn't go 11th to 6th on lap 1. Now they're shuffling things around, but he's still third row outside.
Everything looks all ready to go. Carter Long's got the green flag back in hand atop the Cedar Springs Landscaping starter stand. What a crowd here tonight. They are standing room only on the backstretch, it looks like.
Man, oh man, Mother Nature asserted herself yesterday. I mean, there's spots in the campground, the water's more than ankle deep, but everybody's happy here at the Big O this week.
Green flag is back out. Here comes Kenny Wallace down into corner number 1 with Greg Bellier in tow. Around the outside goes Jake Hooker. He hit that character spot in corner 1, but he's going to get a good launch off of 2 into the 3rd spot.
Wes Bertozzi around in 1 and 2. Big chunk of sheet metal up on the outside of the corner there, which may necessitate a yellow flag.
That'll put us back under the caution flag. Sure whose car that came off of, but
yeah, it's not Bertozzi's.
No. Almost looks like it's off Josh Herron's 58, but not sure. Wes Bertozzi is going to get a push off, and the debris has been cleared up in corner 2. Get everyone stacked back up. See some damage there to the 91 of Jaden Miller on the right side of the car.
Brooklyn Newman has some damage towards the right rear corner of that number 52.
Field called to double it up. Jake Hooker is quietly moving his way up through this field with minimal laps run.
He is making some efficient passes. Just hammer down and go. We're going to go green this time at a turn number 4. Kenny Wallace sets the pace, and they're off.
Look at the way he carries that car down into corner number 1. Here comes Jake Hooker looking for the runner-up spot. He's to the inside of Greg Bellier.
Hooker down low, Bellier up high. Kenny Wallace out in front by about 6 car lengths over the second-place car as Brooklyn Newman around once again in turn number 2. She's trying to get that car pointed in the right direction. She's going to take it right off into the... No, she's not.
Back on track in the 52. That's where the debris came. It's the right rear that's missing on the 52 of Newman. Come to the cross flags. It's all Kenny Wallace out in front of Jake Hooker, Greg Bellier. Oh, Newman right in front.
Well, she's got a flat right rear tire.
Yep. So she'll get it into the infield safely. This time by, it'll be 3 laps left to go for the Herminator. Out in front, Jake Hooker holding the pretty wheel right now in that 2nd position. Top 3 breakaway.
Yellow flag is out. We're hearing some debris on the front straightaway.
Or as you like to call it, stuff.
Stuff on the track.
Debris is too fancy of a word.
It is kind of a fancy word. I mean, did we really need it?
It's very Canadian. It's French sounding.
Debris.
Debris. You got to roll the R like Dave Bradley.
Now, normally you park the truck on the race car side so the worker can get out and be protected by the truck. But they just washed it. So they're going to put the worker between the truck and the car. So,
Race Med on the scene. Field bunch back up. Beautiful sunset here at Ohsweken Speedway after what was a miserable day yesterday. It was a monsoon here, and I mean parts of Brantford, which is the closest city here to Ohsweken, right by our shopping mall, was just flooded. The main roadways there, it came down hard and heavy yesterday, and unfortunately canceling out our chance to see the World of Outlaws last night, along with the late model open. I know a lot of the late model drivers disappointed they weren't able to compete, but they will be having that big special event in September, on September the 4th. So the late models will be back for that open event.
and the track wanted to hold out as long as they could to try to get the show in. The issue was the infield.
Yeah.
It was so wet down there that if there was an incident, it would be hard to get safety vehicles in and out of there quickly.
Back to the green flag. Kenny Wallace launches again in that Mobile 1, number 36, into corner number 1. Jake Hooker, though, having a look down to the inside as they roll it off of corner 2. And once again, we're going to be back under the Dixieland Grill caution flag.
Hold your horses, Calvin. That was a premature caution you were talking about. They were about to take off. Look at that. They could have raced around them.
I'm a prophet. I could see it coming. Brittany Moon and Adam Whaley, two of the drivers from the East, have some issues and back under the caution flag. With 3 laps left to go in this first of 2 qualifiers. Now, on a regular Friday night, turn 2 is tricky even for our regulars.
Yeah, no, it can be for sure. And just looking at this track surface, you can see where it's smoothing over in spots, and there's still some tacky spots through it. So as cars drift in and out of the bite out there.
Yeah, David Gravel mentioned that during the redraw, talking about how there are some moisture patches amongst the areas that are going dry slick, so it does make it interesting.
What a sky tonight. Typically have some pretty amazing sunsets and skylines here at Ohsweken Speedway.
This is the part of the night you and I like the best, because now we can start to see again.
Oh, man.
Back to the green flag through the WG Truck Center restart zone. Kenny Wallace continuing to dominate in this one. Here comes Greg Bellier putting the pressure back on Jake Hooker for the 2nd spot.
Hooker missed his mark just a little bit down into turn number 1. That allowed Greg Bellier to close in.
And now Brittany Moon around in corner number 2. And that puts us right back under the caution flag again. So Brittany Moon being told to take it to the pit area.
We will single file this once again.
I believe they took that lap, so it puts us down to 2 laps left to go in this first of 2 qualifiers.
It was a mercy lap, Greg.
Back to the green flag they go.
Hooker got a good start that time, but he's not getting low enough down into the entry of 1 to really get into the moisture like Wallace is, so Wallace gets that better run through the turn.
Top 3 pull away once again. Cover the Mobile 1 white flag. It's all Kenny Wallace in the Mobile 1. Number 36, Hooker and Bellier continuing to duke it out for the runner-up spot.
Down the back straightaway for the final time. Kenny Wallace out in front, about 10 car lengths over Jake Hooker. He'll stick that car to the bottom of the track. He'll take the checkered flag for qualifier number 1.
Jake Hooker is going to cross the line in the 2nd spot over Greg Bellier. Then it's going to be Josh Heron in 4th, followed by Brad Simpson. And then it's Adam Whaley beating Wes Bertozzi to the line over Jaden Miller and David Bacon. Brittany Moon and Brooklyn Newman will still qualify for the feature later on, but both with a DNF here tonight. second qualifier coming out onto the Speedway. Adam, how about you give us the lineup?
Lines up like this. On the pole from Essex, Ontario, the 98P is Patrick Lajeunesse. Alongside him from South Woodsley, Ontario, the 14 is Mario Toniolo. Row 2 on the inside from Comer in Ontario, it's Tim Richardson in the 5X. The 97 from Castleton, Ontario, is David Barrett. Starting 5th is Cowboy Dan Price from Pontypool, Ontario, in the 09. Alongside him from Albion, Pennsylvania, Dennis Lunger Jr. in the 71L. Starting 7th from Leamington, Ontario, the 09D is Joel Dick on the outside of row 4 from Warkworth, Ontario. 07 is Josh Toon. 9th out of Frewsburg, New York, the 28 is Mason Lobb. And rounding out the field, from Fenton, Missouri, it's the 9 of Kenny Schrader.
There's problems getting the Newman 52 to the pit area. They'll probably need a hook here to get her there, so that will delay here a moment. While we have a bit of a break in the action, what we're going to do very quickly here, we have our program prize draw. We need to get these out and off the list here. So if you have a souvenir program, you can collect your prize down to the base of the flag stand right now. Here are the program numbers that are the winning numbers: 653, 666, 710, 741, 777, and 800. Program numbers 653, 666, 710, 741, 777, and 800. Also want to wish a happy 10th birthday to Michael from Mom. And a happy birthday to Faith and Dylan. Turn your mic on.
Faith and Dylan, you got it, Greg.
Qualifier number 2 ready to go for the UMP versus Canadian Modifieds. Tim Richardson, no surprise, he's always quick, jumps out into the early lead.
Richardson out in front. One goes around in turn number 1. Hopefully he'll get that car refired.
Josh Toon goes around in the 07 machine, and that will put us under the caution flag. So complete restart. We'll try that one again. Josh Toon will grab the tail of the field, get everyone back in order, and get it back under the green flag. Again, quickly, I'll give you those program numbers one more time. We did it quickly. 653, 666, 710, 741, 777, and 800. If you have any of those winning program numbers, go to the base of the flag stand right now to claim your prize.
White flag is displayed. Next time out of turn number 4, we will set them loose once again with Tim Richardson out in front with Mario Toniolo alongside.
Cowboy Dan Price back there in the 3rd spot. When he's not driving his race car, he's out on the tractor. Or at least that's what Facebook shows me all the time.
You can't believe everything you see on the social medias.
No, they say you're cool. Back to the green flag below the Cedar Springs Landscaping starter stand. Tim Richmond will lead them down into corner number 1. Here comes Dennis Lunger in the 71L. He's got a load of power coming off of 2.
Lunger looking over the back end of Richardson. Now they're 3 wide for the top spot through turn number 4.
Oh boy, that got skinny off of 4. A little bit of contact between Richardson and Lunger. Meanwhile, Mason Lobb in the 28. He's got the lead going off of corner 2.
Lob down low, Richardson up high as they drag race down the backstretch. Now Richardson going to look to bring that 5 car down to the bottom of the track. Not so fast as Lunger drives into the inside.
Yeah, I kind of felt like Dennis Lunger was just going to take the spot whether Richardson liked it or not. And there he grabs it. But Richardson has the lane open on the bottom, not able to make the move.
The leader, Mason Lobb, opening up a sizable advantage over Jason Lunger in the 2nd spot. Richardson going to very soon have Joel Dick closing in on his back end.
Dick to the inside, gets the bite off the bottom of corner number 2. He'll blow by Richardson into the 3rd spot. This time by. We're coming to the cross flags. 4 in, 4 to go, and it's all Mason Lobb out in front. The driver to Frewsburg, New York.
Joel Dick is the car on the move. Kenny Schrader, who started way at the back of this one, trying to carve his way through the field. He's closing in on Richardson down the backstretch into turn number 3.
3 laps left to go for the driver in the 28, Mason Lobb. Then it's Dennis Lunger and Joel Dick. Good battle right now. The best one is Tim Richardson and Kenny Schrader, and now it's side by side for second.
Lots of racing going on in heat qualifier number 2 for these modifieds as they get 2 laps to go. It's all Mason Lobb, but a great battle for second and a great battle for 4th going on.
Leader about to catch the 97 of Barrett as Mason Lobb works down into corner 3 and 4 for the final time. Lunger and Dick going at it for second.
White flag is in the air for Lobb. Half a straightaway advantage over this battle for the 2nd spot. Lunger's got the spot, but Dick looking to the inside.
Yeah, correction there. This is Mason Lobb's final trip down the backstretch into 3 and 4. The driver to Frewsburg, New York's going to work it off of corner 4. The checkered flag to put Mason Lobb as the winner of qualifier number 2. At the line, it's going to be Dennis Lunger in the 2nd spot over Joel Dick. Kenny Schrader's going to come across the line in 4th over Tim Richardson. Then it's Dan Price and Mario Toniolo. So that will conclude qualifying for the UMP Canadian Modified Challenge, and we'll send it back over to Johnny Gibson. So World of Outlaws getting ready for last chance qualifying here, as we'll pass it back over to John Gibson.
Thank you, Greg. C-Main for the World of Outlaws NOS Energy Drink Sprint Car Series next on the program. 8 laps, top 2 go to the back of the Microlight Last Chance Showdown. Here's how they'll schedule the lineup. On the pole from Canton, Illinois, the NOS Energy Drink, King Racing Products, Elliott's Custom Trailers and Carts, High Performance Lubricants, Phillips and Tosco Developers, number 7S, Chris Wyndham. On the outside of the front row from Tonawanda, New York, aboard the Airport Collision Fiberworks Composites, number 94, Todd Hoddick. Your 3rd starter from Port Lambton, Ontario, drives car number 28K, the Shepard's Limited Saw Solutions Energy Essentials Select Finishings entry for Tate O'Leary. And outside of row 2 from St. P, Quebec, driving the GMB Hydraulic Motorsport 88, number 3G, Dale Gosselin. Your 5th starter from South Bend, Indiana, driving the Ohsweken Speedway GSR chassis, Glenn Stires Racing, Chantarelli Promotions, number 39, Ryan Newman. And in the 6th starting spot from Ohsweken, Ontario, the 420 Express, Babineau Septic Services, JR's Riverside Bait and Tackle, Route 54 Variety and Gas, Aero Express 77T, Tyler Paulus. Starting in the 7th spot from Ohsweken in the Nitro 54 Iroquois Concrete and Construction, Kalis Custom Tuning, Stroh's Barbecue and Deli, number 77E Ashton Van Every. And outside of row 4 from Ohsweken, the Ohsweken Speedway GSR chassis, Glenn Stires Racing, LMP Excavation, Silver Lake Premium Spirits 68, Aaron Turkey. Final starter from Dunnville, Ontario, driving the Bodyline Auto Recyclers, Compass Industrial, number 46, Kevin Paulus. 9 cars, 8 laps, top 2 to the Microlight Last Chance Showdown for tonight's C-Main. Toyota Pace Truck dives into the infield. 9 cars on the speedway. 2 of them will move on. The rest will find their evening at a close. Chris Wyndham and Todd Hoddick bring us to the green flag in tonight's C-Main. Wyndham grabs the early race lead. Todd Hoddick in second. We've got red flag conditions on the speedway car. Upside down over in turn 1. Tyler Paulus is involved. And Ryan Newman upside down. Ryan Newman is upside down in car number 39. DIRTVision replay coming up. The two cars that started side by side in row 4. Contact between Newman and Paulus as they went into turn 1. The cars get hooked together and Newman ends up on his side. They were actually 3 wide coming down the front stretch. Ashton Van every part of that as well, and you can see Newman getting over the left rear corner of Tyler Paulus's number 77T. Not exactly, I'm sure, what Ryan Newman had in mind for his World of Outlaws debut. So Newman's car back on all 4 wheels. Ryan Newman has stayed in the cockpit, and the word is they want to go to the Federated Car Care work zone to try to get that car fixed and get back out for the restart. Correction on that now. Too much damage. The 39 is done. Ryan Newman's night has come to a close. Tyler Paulus will restart. They will not even go to the Federated Car Care work zone. They'll just push that car off from the accident scene in turn 1. So we are moments away from refiring the cars in tonight's C-Main. That'll move Ashton Van Every up to the inside of row 3, and it'll put Aaron Turkey on the outside of the 3rd row. Then it'll be Kevin Pauls and Tyler Paulus in row 4 when we wave the green flag. So once again, drivers assemble side by side behind the Toyota Pace truck. They have taken Ryan Newman's car to the Federated Car Care work zone after all. 1 minute down, 1 minute of guaranteed time remaining for Ryan Newman to try to make repairs and get back out onto the speedway. Trying to get the new top wing placed on number 39 for Ryan Newman. might be close as far as repairs are concerned for Ryan Newman. And getting word now, Newman's set to refire the number 39 and return to competition. Correction, could not get the car ready. So the caution lights will go out. Unfortunately, Newman will not be able to restart. Thought they had it ready to go. It turns out they do not. So the field's shown the 1 to go signal. Chris Windham, Todd Hoddick in row 1. Tate O'Leary and Dale Gosselin in row 2. Now Ashton Van Every alongside Aaron Turkey in row 3. Kevin Pauls and Tyler Powless in row 4. Green and go for the C main at Ohsweken Speedway. Early lead belongs to Chris Windham. Todd Hoddick running in second. Dale Gosselin third, challenged on the outside by Aaron Turkey's number 68. Turkey with a move around Gosselin, move Aaron Turkey into the third spot. Gosselin trying to come back at him down low out of corner number 2. Out in front, Chris Windham by nearly half a second over Todd Hoddick. Hoddick about 20 car lengths in front of third place running Aaron Turkey as Hoddick continues to hold the final transfer spot and actually get a little bit closer to the race leader. We close in on the halfway point of tonight's C main, and Todd Hoddick is right there with Chris Windham. A move to the inside out of turn 2. Side by side for the lead into corner number 3. Todd Hoddick on the bottom takes the top spot away from Chris Windham. 4 down, 4 to go in the C main. Todd Hoddick, Chris Windham, Aaron Turkey, 1, 2, and 3, only 2 move on. We've got 3 laps remaining. Hoddick now driving away from the Sides Motorsports 7S. Lead has grown to nearly a second and a half. 2 to go. Two seconds in front of the field now, as the white flag waves for tonight's C main. Aaron Turkey running out of time to try to get by Windham for the transfer spot. All Todd Hoddick out in front, a little puff of smoke there. Hoddick will get the victory in the C main. Finishing second, it will be Chris Windham. Finishing order for tonight's C main. Your winner, Todd Hoddick at car number 94. Second, the 7S of Chris Windham. Those two moved to the back of the Microlight Last Chance Showdown. Third was the 68 of Aaron Turkey. And fourth, the 3G Dale Gosselin. Fifth, the 77T of Tyler Powless. Sixth went to car number 46, Kevin Paul. Seventh, the 77 Eve Ashton Van Every. Eighth, the 28K of Tate O'Leary. And in ninth, the 39 of Ryan Newman. Toyota Dash next on tonight's race program. It will go 6 laps and it will determine the top 8 starting spots in the feature. on the pole, swept the event here last year. He's the two-time and defending series champion from Watertown, Connecticut. In the shophoustons.com, billionauto.com, Prosper Real Estate Investments, JRC Transportation, Jackson Motorplex. Number 2, David Gravel. And on the outside of the front row, from Leduc, Alberta, Canada, the Gibbsville Cheese Flint Trucking, Nelson Brothers Construction, CMR Wholesale Tools and Equipment, Diamond Pit Lights, number 16C, Skylar G. Third starter from Lemoore, California, the All-Ball Your Alternative MVT, Turtleton and Son Sage family, Scott Boyd family, Complete Parts and Equipment Solutions. Number 41, that is Carson Macedo. And on the outside of row 2, the native of North Pole, Alaska, now living in Heartland, Wisconsin, the Anderson's Pure Maple Syrup, Indian Motorcycle of Metro Milwaukee, Answer Queen Consulting, GT Transport. Number 17B, the North Pole Nightmare, Bill Baylog. Fifth starter drives car number 5, the Glenn Stiers Racing, LMP Excavation, Ackland Insurance entry driver of Beachville, Ontario, Canada, is DJ Christie. And 6th on the grid, the 10-time champion from Fargo, North Dakota, the Nice Creed Atlantis Block, Absolute Automation and Security, PhilPools.com, JRC Transportation, High Performance Lubricants, number 15 of Donnie Schatz. Your 7th starter from Worcester, Ohio, in the NOS Energy Drink, Houseby, A+ Lawn and Landscape, Hannafin Towing, number 18, Sheldon Hodenshield. And your 8th and final starter from Hanover, Pennsylvania, drives the Federated Auto Parts, Duramax, Mark Martin Motors, TKS Concrete, Shark Racing, number 1S, Logan Schuhart. 8 cars, 6 times around. The way they finish is the way we line up the top 4 rows of the Federated Auto Parts Six Nations Showdown at Ohsweken Speedway. Caution lights out around the Ohsweken Speedway. We get ready for the start of the Toyota Dash. Green flag waves on the Toyota Dash. David Gravel leads into turn 1. Carson Macedo to the inside of Skylar G. He'll take the 2nd spot. G 3rd, and Donnie Schatz running 4th. He is challenged by the 5 of DJ Christie. Schatz on the move on the high side out of corner number 4. Coming after the 16C of Skylar G for 3rd. David Gravel leading it. Carson Macedo 2nd. Skylar G 3rd. Donnie Schatz looks for a run to the outside of G. Moves Schatz into the 3rd spot in car number 15. Sheldon Hodenshield making moves. Sheldon from the 7th starting spot now up to 5th and challenging DJ Christie. Christie to the inside. Hodenshield up high. Hodenshield with a run on Skylar G. Sheldon Hodenshield now 4th from 7th. Hodenshield working the upper reaches of Ohsweken Speedway's corners. DJ Christie now moves to the inside of Skylar G. Right behind that duo, it is 1S of Logan Schuhart, DJ Christie into the top 5. Sheldon Hodenshield to the inside, looking for the lead as well. Carson Macedo battles for 3rd and for the top spot. White flag in the air for the Toyota Dash. Sheldon Hodenshield 7th to 3rd, as Carson Macedo will have one more shot at David Gravel in the final set of turns. Checkered flag waves in the Toyota Dash, getting the win. David Gravel just barely. Carson Macedo 2nd, Sheldon Hodenshield 7th to 3rd, Donnie Schatz 4th, and DJ Christie in 5th. They finished the Toyota Dash in this order. David Gravel victorious in car number 2. 2nd, the 41 of Carson Macedo. 3rd, the 18 of Sheldon Hodenshield. 4th, the 15 of Donnie Schatz. 5th one, car number 5, DJ Christie. 6th, the 1S Logan Schuhart. 7th, 16C Skylar G. And an 8th, the 17B of Bill Baylog. Time to move on to the Microlight Last Chance Showdown. 12 laps the distance. The top 4 finishers move to starting positions 21 through 24 in tonight's feature. Starting on the pole from Parma, Michigan, filling in for Casey Jedrzejek, driving the Hellraiser Jacks, Mr. Heater, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Mulehead Brand, Melling Performance. Number 6, it's Brad Lamberson. On the outside of the front row from Geneva, New York, in the Frado Curbing Speedway Performance DMI, Lake to Lake Tree Service, number 22, John Preston. Third starter from Lowville, New York, drives car number 41 are the Tioga Construction Westward Painting entry for Dalton Rombo. And outside of row 2, starting fourth from Freelton, Ontario, in the Moxie Performance Advisors, DJD Gear, HumberviewParts.ca, DJD Graphics, number 12, Double D, Darren Dryden. Starting in the 5th spot from Victoriaville, Quebec, he drives the Imovex Transport. Benoit Lafleur wins Quebec 21, Alex Terrian. And outside of row 3 from Dunville, Ontario, the Nitro 54 Sit-and Bull Tire Ackland Insurance JR's Waterproof 15T, Ryan Turner. Your 7th starter from Sprakers, New York, in the Ohsweken Speedway GSR chassis, Glen Stars Racing, Chantarelli Promotions, number 52, Stuart Friesen. And outside of row 4 from St. Matthew de Billy, Quebec, in the FM Industries, Glen Stars Racing, M3S Conference 4 Seasons, 28, Jordan Poirier. Starting in the 9th spot from Six Nations, Ontario, the Townline Variety, Prime Powders, Ackland Insurance, Strode's Barbecue, and Deli 77X, Alex Hill. And 10th on the grid from Bradenton, Florida, in the Tub of Towels, Emily Oil, USA Fence, TI-22 Performance, Reineke Construction, All-Star Performance, 28, M. Connor Morrell. Lining up 11th from Glendale, Arizona, the Indy Performance Composites, Moxie, Maxim Chassis, High Performance Lubricants, AZ HVAC, 51, Ashton Torgerson. And the 12th starter from Adrian, Michigan, the Ohsweken Speedway GSR Chassis, Glen Stars Racing, 0DN Darren Knight. A final row, your C-Main transfers from Tonawanda, New York, the Airport Collision Fiberworks Composites 94 of Todd Hoddick. And rounding out the field from Canton, Illinois, the NOS Energy Drink, King Racing Products, Elliott's Custom Trailers and Carts, High Performance Lubricants, Phillips Tosco Developers, number 7S of Chris Wyndham. 14 cars going 12 laps, top 4 to the feature from tonight's Microlight Last Chance Showdown. Toyota Pace truck into the infield, set for the green flag in the Microlight Last Chance Showdown. Brad Lamberson to the lead. The outside running second, John Preston. We've got problems, debris on the backstretch, a front wheel off of a car. That is Stuart Friesen's 52, missing the left front wheel. So the wrecker about to hook up to the 52. We get word that the 52 is going to the Federated Car Care Work Zone. Meanwhile, a big break for Ashton Torgerson, who was not able to make the initial call, but is on the speedway now for the complete restart of this Microlight Last Chance Showdown. Stuart Friesen has arrived in the Federated Car Care Work Zone. 2-minute clock is running for that team. And they will not be able to restart. Friesen will not restart. The caution lights are out. Once again, Brad Lamberson, John Preston bring us to the green flag in the Microlight Last Chance Showdown. Multiple drivers battling for the final transfer spot out of turn number 4. Do they go 3 wide? Nearly. Ryan Turner fourth as they cross the line. He is challenged by Dalton Rombo to the inside out of corner number 2, but the caution flag waves. We've got a car sideways in 1 and 2. Looks to be Darren Nida in the 0 DN. We do have 1 lap complete in tonight's Microlight Last Chance Showdown. And now the 12 double D of Darren Dryden stopped on the front stretch, and there is a fuel leak on that car. Dryden had been running in a transfer spot. Darren Nida now set to refire. Glenn Steyer's racing at 0 DN. Meanwhile, Darren Dryden headed to the Federated Car Care work zone in the 12 double D. That will move Dalton Rombo into the final transfer spot in car number 41R when we go back to green. Your leader is John Preston in the 22. Brad Lamberson runs second. Ryan Turner will now be third, and Rombo will have that fourth and final transfer spot. Behind them, it'll be Alex Terrian running fifth, Jordan Poirier in sixth, Connor Morrell seventh, Alex Hill in eighth, and Ashton Torgerson up tonight. Darren Dryden has arrived in the Federated Car Care work zone. 2-minute clock has started. And they will not be able to get the 12 double D back onto the speedway. And Darren Dryden's night has come to a close. Leader Jonathan Preston choosing the inside lane for the upcoming double file restart. Unlike the initial starts when the front row must be side by side when they get to the stripe in turn 4, on a double file restart, the leader is permitted to fire first and can do so anytime between the yellow pylons in turns 3 and 4. Preston on the throttle, green flag waves. Ryan Turner to the inside to take second, up to third, Dalton Rombo, and now Jordan Poirier into a transfer spot. Now he is third down the back straightaway. Shuffled out the 6 of Brad Lamberson as he drops through the field. Problems for Lamberson, slowing on the high side in turns 3 and 4. Jordan Poirier all over Ryan Turner for second. Poirier jumps to the high side at 3 and 4. Turner down low, drifts high out of the corner, but Poirier able to make the pass. Jordan Poirier second with 3 of 12 laps complete in the Microlight Last Chance Showdown. Dalton Rombo holds the final transfer spot. Alex Terrian trying to close in on him. Poirier continues to hold off Ryan Turner in the race for second. That battle taking place a second and a half behind your race leader, John Preston. Alex Terrian trying to close that gap between himself and the 41R. Ryan Turner coming back at Jordan Poirier in the race for the second spot. Cross flag, 6 laps down, 6 to go in the Microlight Last Chance Showdown. Jonathan Preston leads it. Jordan Poirier second. Ryan Turner third. Dalton Rombo in fourth. Poirier still within 1 second of John Preston's number 22. Ryan Turner getting closer to Poirier once again as they make their way to 3 and 4. Poirier getting a run on the leader. Top 3 getting closer as they make their way out of turn 4. Poirier now with a bid for the lead to the inside into turn 1. Jordan Poirier by John Preston. Poirier takes the race lead. Jordan Poirier started 8th. He leads with 2 laps to go in the Microlight Last Chance Showdown. One lap to go for Jordan Poirier. Ryan Turner getting a little closer to John Preston for second. Checker flag in the air. Jordan Poirier from row 4 wins the Microlight Last Chance Showdown. Second to John Preston. Third to Ryan Turner. And Dalton Rombo gets the 4th and final transfer spot. Here's the official finish for tonight's Microlight Last Chance Showdown. Jordan Poirier wins it in the 28. Second, the 22, Jonathan Preston. In third, the 15T, Ryan Turner. And in fourth, the 41R of Dalton Rombo. Those 4 qualify for tonight's feature. 5th, the 21, Alex Terrian. 6th, 28, M. Connor Morrell. 7th, the 94, Todd Hoddick. 8th, the 51, Ashton Torgerson. 9th, the 77X of Alex Hill. 10th, the 7S, Chris Wyndham. 11th, the 0DN of Darren Knight. 12th, the 6, Brad Lamberson. 13th, the 12, Double D of Darren Dryden. And 14th, the 52 of Stuart Friesen. Preliminary action is now complete here at the Ohsweken Speedway for the Federated Auto Parts Six Nations Showdown. UMP Modified feature coming up. Get downstairs very quickly to Connor Wade before we send it to the modified lineup.
Well, Ryan Newman's World of Outlaws debut is complete. Ryan, you laid down some good qualifying laps. You lived that upside down in the LCS. You did it. You're out of the car. You made as many laps as you could overall. How would you rate this experience?
It went from really good, or good, to not so good, obviously. I mean, the video shows that. But, I got to thank Glenn Stiers and everybody else Ohsweken Speedway for this opportunity. Kind of a dream come true. I've watched so many races, World of Outlaws races in the past over the last 40 years of my life, and to be able to come out here and race in Canada for the first time was really special. My daughter had a horrible experience in the modified, so our racing experiences here hopefully aren't done, but they're not done because they're not done on a good note. We missed the scales. They told us to go to the scales in driver's meeting. I missed the scales. There was no grace given. I was never even told where the scales were. The official was standing right there when I pitted. So I was a little upset about that. Instead of starting 5th in the heat race, I had to start 11th, and that kind of relegated us to the C main, in my opinion. But either way, happy with the opportunity.
Would you do it again?
I would do it again, yeah.
All right, Ryan Newman, great to see you in a World of Outlaws race car this evening, and hopefully we see it again someday. John?
Thanks, Connor. Last call for World of Outlaws merchandise. Last call for World of Outlaws merchandise. Over to Greg Callan and Adam Ross.
Thank you very much, John. Getting ready for the 20-lap feature event for the UMP Canadian Modifieds. Here's how they'll line up on the front row out of Fenton, Missouri. In car number 9, it's Kenny Schrader to the outside. In the 58H, it's Josh Heron out of LaSalle.
Row number 2 out of Chatham, it's Jake Hooker in the 1D. Alongside him from Frewsburg, New York, Mason Lobb in the 28.
Starting in 5th out of Albion, Pennsylvania, the 71L is Dennis Lunger Jr. Joel Dick in the 09E from Leamington starts 6th.
Inside of row number 4 from Sterling, it's Greg Bellier in the 25. Alongside him from St. Louis, Missouri, Kenny Wallace in the 36.
Going off 9th in car 53, Brad Simpson out of Rodney, and starting in 10th from Comer in the 5X, it's Tim Richardson.
11th from Frankfurt, Adam Whaley drives the 212. He's having some problems on the front straightaway. Alongside him from Pontypool, Cowboy Dan Price in the 09.
Back in row 7 on the inside from Comer in the 46, it's Wes Bertozzi. And starting in 14th in car 14, Mario Toniolo from South Woodsley.
Starting 15th from Trenton, Jaden Miller in the 91. Alongside him from Castleton, it's the 97, David Barrett.
Starting in 17th in the 55 from Tecumseh, it's David Bacon. And Josh Toon out of Warkworth in the 07 starts 18th.
Our final starter in the field from Trenton is going to be Brittany Moon in the 85. Having issues tonight, doesn't look like they're going to make it out here for the feature event out of Essex. The 98P, Patrick Lajeunesse, or from Statesville, North Carolina, Brooklyn Newman in the 52.
So problems for Adam Whaley in the 212. He's been pushed off into the pit area. The Mobile One white flag displayed. And next time we'll get at it here with our 20-lap main event for the UMP Modifieds versus the Canadian Modifieds as the field is stacked up behind the Strickland Chevrolet Pace truck. First feature of the night. And it's NASCAR legend Kenny Schrader on the front row.
Is he playing the system, Greg? How do you wind up on the pole?
That's pretty fishy. Kenny, the all-time winningest UMP modified driver here at Ohsweken Speedway, ready to take the green flag through the WG Truck Center start zone.
Man, that car walked sideways up the track when he got on the throttle, but Ken Schrader leads them into one. Jake Hooker in that yellow number 1 immediately to the inside, a challenge for the lead.
How about Kenny Wallace started in the 8th spot. He rocketed to the outside off the drop of the green flag. He's up to 3rd right now on the tail tank right now of Schrader and Hooker.
3-car battle there for the top spot as we are under yellow. We've got one pointed in the right direction, but after, I believe, a 360 over there in turn number 3.
I think that's the 91 of Jaden Miller. Gone around in corner 4, right in between 3 and 4 there, so that puts us under the caution flag for the first time. 1 lap on the board, 19 to go.
What a great night of racing here at Ohsweken Speedway again, folks. Every Friday night, except for this Friday, between now and late September, we have racing. We have sprint cars, 2 divisions of sprint cars every Friday. We got Thunder stocks and mini stocks, our fender classes that never disappoint. And we should probably, I don't know if we've mentioned the trophies too much so far tonight, but one of the cool things this year, Greg, is, for one, they've raced for some pretty cool trophies. Tonight is championship belts. And for another, we've had a lot of money given away. How about LMP Excavation giving away a $10,000 bounty for anyone who could beat Dylan Westbrook, but for the driver who could win on the night when Westbrook was here racing. And
Josh Hansen did it Friday night.
Josh Hansen did it.
Yeah.
So big thanks to LMP Excavation for that.
Should mention our Northern Sprint Car Nationals, as Connor mentioned in some of his interviews down trackside. Our Northern Sprint Car Nationals in September. If you enjoyed your camping experience here this week in September, you can come right back and join us for 3 nights of racing. And Carson Macedo, as Connor was interviewing him, he is a former winner.
You know what I noticed in the campground this week, Greg?
Water?
We are old. Even though you weren't there, I'm going to lump you in with we. It is a new generation of race fans here to have a good time. It was pretty cool to see.
All right, back to the green flag. Carter Long will cut them loose atop the Cedar Spring Landscaping starter stand, and Kenny Schrader hauls them down into 1 with Jake Hooker and Kenny Wallace in tow.
Dennis Lunger right in there, Mason Lobb, Greg Bellier. We've got some top-notch competition at the front of this one, but out in front it's Kenny Schrader trying to hold off Kenny Wallace, but here comes Wallace to the inside.
I don't know, by the looks of the way Kenny Wallace's car's been running all night, I don't know if he is going to be able to be touched here. He goes, he pulls away from Schrader. Now Hooker down to the inside of the Federated Auto Parts number 9.
Hooker goes down low, Dennis Lunger up high. They're going to rub coming off of turn number 4. Lunger gets around for the 2nd spot.
Tall Wallace out in front of Lunger, then Schrader back up there.
No.
Greg Bellier is going to go around a corner number 1 right in front of the field, and that'll put us back under the caution flag.
Just got into turn number 1 a little bit hot, couldn't keep the back end under him, and Greg Bellier does kind of a half spin and rolls to a stop, and turn number 1 immediately drives away.
Don't see that very often at a Greg Bellier.
No, you do not.
He is normally right there at the front competing for wins.
Does anybody have anything for Kenny Wallace tonight?
Man, that car has been so good. Just the way he powers off of corner number 4, lifting that left front. It is just digging into this track.
We're going back to green right away here with our Canadian Modifieds versus the UMP Modifieds at Ohsweken Speedway.
Wallace back on it. Dennis Lunger Jr. He's got a win here in the past, running in the second spot, 3 wide for the 3rd position.
Jake Hooker with a big run down the back straightaway. He'll challenge to the outside of Kenny Schrader. Out front, Kenny Wallace continues to lead the way over Dennis Lunger.
Remember Mason Lobb in that 28 machine. He's right behind Ken Schrader. He was the other heat race winner, and he's trying to get by that number 9 of Ken Schrader to get himself up closer to the top 3.
Work to the inside of Schrader, might work to the inside of Hooker as well off the 4th turn. They're side by side for the 3rd spot.
Kenny Wallace works it through corner 2, then it's a Lunger, Hooker, Lobb now to the 4th spot, and Joel Dick has moved by Ken Schrader, shuffling him out of the top 5.
We've seen Joel Dick come up here and compete with Schrader time and time again, and that 09, always a fast race car, but he's got his work cut out for him if he wants to close in on the race leaders.
Wallace will come by another time. This time it'll be 13 laps left to go for the driver out of St. Louis, Missouri. Over to Dennis Lunger, Jake Hooker. Mason Lobb right now in the 4th spot. Joel Dick holding down 5th. Schrader drifting back a little bit into the clutches of Josh Herron.
Kenny Wallace has not turned a wheel wrong yet tonight. He's up in the middle groove of the racetrack. I think a lot of that, Greg, because he knows that's where he has to go as he encountered slower traffic.
I think the left front on his car touches the track, the entry of the corner to about 3/4 of the way, and the rest of the way that thing's dangling in the air. It is giddy up and go.
It'll be halfway this time. This will be the completion of lap number 10. 10 laps down, 10 laps to go as Wallace continues to set a torrid pace, putting nearly half a straightaway between himself and Dennis Lunger in the 2nd spot.
Yeah, last time it was 3.1 seconds. That increased by 0.3 as Wallace is catching the Bertozzi 46 machine, catching Mario Toniolo next. This has got to be hard for Glenn Stiers to not be able to compete tonight. He does so well in these UMP Modifieds. He was the winner last year in the late model open, and he's still recovering from some shoulder surgery. So definitely, it's got to hurt to watch this.
I'm sure it does, but at the same time, Kenny Wallace is just looking stout out there in the Mobil 1 number 36, picking them up and laying them down, and continuing to extend his advantage.
He'll work up on the 85 of Brittany Moon as we come by. It'll be 7 laps left to go for the Herminator. Dennis Lunger is holding on to that 2nd spot. He's got 3 lap cars between he and 1st place Wallace.
And Lunger is really not pulled away from Jake Hooker. Hooker's keeping him in his sights. So is Mason Lobb. Dick is closing in to make that a 4-way battle for the 2nd spot.
Good battling going on mid-pack. Ken Schrader's all by himself, and then from there on back where you got Josh Herron, Greg Bellier and such, they are having a good fight.
Torrid battle deep in the field there. Still a little bit out in front of our race leader.
5 laps left to go for Kenny Wallace, who's already sailing it down the backstretch.
Jake Hooker trying to keep pace in open traffic. Lunger just seems better than Hooker in the 1 machine. When they got into some traffic, Hooker was able to, I thought, make some moves to close that gap.
Kenny Wallace putting a hurting on this field. This time by it'll be 3 laps to go, and I feel like his energy level out of the car has been duplicated in the car here tonight. He's just been that much quicker than everyone else.
He's been here since Monday afternoon, so you know he's chomping at the bit to get out there. He has shown that. This Carter, the starter, up in the flag stand, telling the crowd there's 2 laps to go, and now he's going to tell Kenny Wallace 2 more times around.
Final couple of trips for Kenny Wallace. The battle for the second spot. Dennis Lunger leads over Jake Hooker. He's ahead. He's got a lap car between he and the one of Hooker. But Mason Lobb is right there looking for a podium finish.
White flag being displayed now as Kenny Wallace comes out of turn number 4. One more lap. He's got a couple of slower cars in front of him, but nothing that should impede his way to a checkered flag.
Final time down the backstretch. His first ever visit to Ohsweken Speedway. He's going to take it through 3 and 4. And the Herminator's going to get it done. The Mobile 136 is going to get it done. Kenny Wallace will win here at Ohsweken Speedway.
Lunger going to come home second. Jake Hooker takes third, just ahead of Mason Lobb fourth.
Joel Dick in 5th. Ken Schrader crosses the line in 6th. Then it's Greg Bellier, Josh Herron, Tim Richardson, and Dan Price will complete the top 10. As we'll head down in a moment to Slack Lumber Victory Lane to talk with tonight's winner, the Herminator, Kenny Wallace. Puts a spanking on the field.
We'll bring the top 3 down into Slack Lumber Victory Lane. Have a quick chat with all of them as the Outlaws get ready for their A main feature event of the night.
Tell me this belt is not going to make its way on social media this coming week.
I have a feeling it will.
Lone Wolf Fireworks lighting up the sky to celebrate as Kenny Wallace will pull it down into victory lane over Dennis Lunger and Jake Hooker. Oh, this is going to be a wild victory lane celebration, I think.
I have a feeling it will be.
He made you look tame on Tuesday night on Race Rivals, and you're pretty quick at it, but he was full of energy.
It was fun. I couldn't compete with his energy. I was just happy to stand there and chat with him. What a display of fireworks.
Well, I think we're going to send it down trackside. I believe Clinton Jeffries got the microphone. Let's hear it, Clint.
Kenny Wallace gets it done in a strong field of Dirt Car UMP Modifieds here tonight at Ohsweken Speedway. And Kenny Wallace gets his 4th win overall in 2026. The others came at Volusia Speedway Park, I-55 Federated Auto Parts Raceway Park, that in Missouri, and the Brownstown Bull Ring in Illinois was the other. Now Kenny's got one up in Ontario, Canada, which we know this YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter star is going to be pumped about. He's out of the car. Let him hear you, Kenny Wallace. He's got a belt. That'll make the Ric Flair signature celebration even more fitting. Kenny Wallace truly has a worldwide fan base, not just because he's awesome on the racetrack, but pretty entertaining on social media when the cameras are rolling as well. He's got a VP Fuels checkered flag, and we'll get him around to the front of the race car. It is an awesome trophy. 4 wins now this season. Volusia, 1 in Missouri, 1 in Illinois. I don't know if you've ever won in Canada before, but as far as 2026 goes, as far south as Florida and as far north as Canada, that's pretty cool, huh?
Thank you. That's really nice of you. Like Brother Rusty says, sometimes you got to remind people because they remember what they want to. First of all, I want to let you all know that my mom's family is from Banff. I love Canada, so it's awesome. Yeah, I mean, this is Kenny Schrader's house, and he invited me up here. I love Kenny Schrader. You know, there's Rusty, Mike, and then Schrader. And I want to thank Glenn Stowers for putting up such a beautiful racetrack. And, you know, I'm a diehard Summer National World Outlaw guy. And when I run like that out there, I feel like I'm racing, you know, Cole Falloway or Charlie Medford or Nick Hoffman. So you never know what's up. You just go like hell and see how it ends up.
You know, people associate you and Kenny Schrader together a lot. Your backgrounds are similar. You race together in NASCAR, similar paths, both from the Midwest, and now you guys get to race modifieds together. I know that you don't take those moments battling with him for a lead. You don't take that for granted.
No. You know, the thing of it is you know, I started in super late models. You know, I won that Prelude to the Dream. C.J. Rayburn gave me a late model. And then I won in Cleveland, Tennessee. And I said, you know what, Schrader, this late model just costs too much money. And all my buddies in St. Louis, they're running mods, you know, Donnie Jumper and Rick Kenoyer and Jacoby, all my Midwest guys. So, you know, the mods fit me really good at 63 years old.
Congratulations. Great to
Thank
have
you.
Kenny Wallace in the house
job.
tonight.
Good job. You do a good job. I watch you all the time.
I appreciate it. I watch you all the time, too. That is Kenny Wallace. He gets it done tonight here at Ohsweken.
Thanks a lot, Connor. Adam, great race tonight for the UMP Modifieds. Great show as we get ready to go with our second and third place. Are they going to talk to them?
Well, I see Clinton with a microphone. We don't do second and third.
Nope. All right. So I think that's going to wrap it up down from Slack Lumber Victory Lane. We'll toss things back over to Johnny Gibson as we get ready for more World of Outlaw Racing.
Thanks so much, guys. And again, feature action coming up here momentarily for the World of Outlaws NOS Energy Drink Sprint Car Series. We'll take a quick break here on DIRTVision and come back with your starting lineup.
This copyrighted DIRTVision broadcast may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or distributed in any form without World Racing Group's written consent. Copyright infringement is a federal crime.
At Pit Boss Jack's, we put in the work in the shop so you can put in your work at the track. Engineering, speed, durability. Pit Boss Jack's, like a boss.
Hey, can I get 4 guavas? No, the big ones. Thanks.
Ignite your taste with new NOS Energy Grand Prix Guava. Buy it now at a store near you.
Want more wins? Here's some tips. Brake late with our powerful titanium piston brake kits featuring our VRT Max rotor and all titanium hardware. Stay on track with the lightest, strongest, and safest rear torsion arm ever made in our exclusive AccuLength W-Link. Hold it all together with our huge selection of high-strength precision titanium fasteners boxed up custom for your car in part-labeled bags. Make the decision for precision. Smith Titanium. We winnovate.
Wanted the best, you got them for a rest. Often imitated, never duplicated. The greatest show on dirt, the World of Outlaws.
Trackwear, streetwear, workwear. No matter where you are, be race ready. Clothing brand built for fans, drivers, and crews.
I've been told my whole life that I'm pretty fast. For a girl. Well, I hate to break it to you, but that's not true.
Jay Evans gets it done.
Because with the right team, you write your own story. So no, I'm not fast for a girl. I'm fast, period.
Race fans, on behalf of the World of Outlaws NOS Energy Drink Sprint Car Series and everybody here at the Ohsweken Speedway, we thank you so very much for making this the largest crowd in the history of Ohsweken Speedway. It is now time for our 35-lap, $20,000 to win feature. Ladies and gentlemen, here is your starting lineup. Using a World of Outlaws provisional to start 27th this evening from Bradenton, Florida. In the Tub of Towels, Amalie Oil, USA Fence, TI-22 Performance, Reineke Construction, All-Star Performance, number 28M, Connor Morrell. Using a provisional to start in the 26th spot. From Glendale, Arizona, the Rookie of the Year contender driving the Indy Performance Composites, Moxie, Maxim Chassis, High Performance Lubricants, AZ HVAC, number 51, Ashton Torgerson. And using a provisional to start 25th from Canton, Illinois, driving the NOS Energy Drink King Racing Products, Elliott's Custom Trailers and Carts, High Performance Lubricants, Phillips and Tosca Developers, number 7S, it's Chris Wyndham. 24th starter from Lowville, New York, driving the Tioga Construction Westward Painting, number 41R, Dalton Rombo. And 23rd on the grid this evening from Dunville, Ontario, the Nitro 54 Sit-and Bull Tire Ackland Insurance Chairs Waterproof, number 15T of Ryan Turner. Starting in the 22nd position, from Geneva, New York, in the Fratto Curbing Speedway Performance DMI Lake-to-Lake Tree Service, number 22, John Preston. And lining up 21st tonight from St. Matthew d'Abilly, Quebec, the FM Industries, Glenn Stires Racing, M3S Cartridge Four Seasons, number 28 of Jordan Poirier. Lining up in the 20th starting spot from Norman, Oklahoma. He drives the Ream, Glenville Station, Pub and Grub, Jetco, Lehigh Valley Industrial, number 69K, Christopher Bell. And starting 19th from Hartford, Ohio, in the 10-runner Bourbon, Liberty Steel, Ryan Blaney Family Foundation, number 10, the Lowrider, Dale Blaney. 2025 Series Rookie of the Year starts 18th from Columbia, Missouri, the SNS Nationwide CSC Group, LRI, Eagle Stop Easy Gaming, Dave Smith, GMC, Retrieving Freedom, number 23 of Garrett Williamson. And a Rookie of the Year contender in 2026 to his inside, starting 17th from Franklin, Indiana, aboard the WCI PHP Excavating KPM number 27, Emerson Axum. Lining up 16th from Harding, Pennsylvania, driving the Mechanical Service Company, Pribula Industries, White Bread Enterprise, Cross Welding and Fabrication, number 79, Jordan Thomas. And 15th in the starting order, from Tilsonburg, Ontario, the Lone Wolf Fireworks, Mobile One, Village Variety and Gas Bar, Charlie B. Honey, number 39T of Corey Turner. In the 14th starting spot from Lebanon, Indiana, behind the wheel of the NOS Energy Drink, West Tennessee Expediting, Tag Truck Center, ZMAX Stanton Racing Engines, number 17, Spencer Baston. And the 13th starter from Lemoore, California, drives the 2C Racing, Outlaw Wings, Wedge High Performance Carts, Kaiser Aluminum Wheels, Level Utilities, number 2C, Cole Macedo. 12th on the grid from Mount Bridges, Ontario, the Pride Seeds, Vibrant Farms, APC, Reynolds Trucking, Nelly Automotive, number 45 of Nick Sheridan. And the 11th starter from Tonawanda, New York, behind the wheel of the Airport Collision, Fiberworks Composites, Get It Dumpster, number 7, NY, Matt Farnham. We now move into the top 10 starting spots outside of row 5 from Pen Grove, California. Driving the Toyota Racing, Mobile One, Roth Motorsports, Roth Enterprises, HR Livestock Transportation, number 83, Buddy Kofoid. And starting 9th from Scotland, Ontario, the Miska Trailers, Weeks Construction, Ackland Insurance, Hills Racing, Nitro 54, number 47X of Dylan Westbrook. Starting 8th, the native of North Pole, Alaska, now living in Heartland, Wisconsin, driving the Anderson's Pure Maple Syrup Indian Motorcycle of Metro Milwaukee, Answer Creek Consulting, GT Transport, number 17B, the North Pole Nightmare, Bill Baylog. And the 7th starter from Leduc, Alberta, the Gibbsville Cheese, Flint Trucking, Nelson Brothers Construction, CMR Wholesale Tools and Equipment, Diamond Pit Lights, number 16C, Skylar G. Starting 6th from Hanover, Pennsylvania, the Federated Auto Parts, Duramax, Mark Martin Motors, TKS Concrete, Shark Racing, number 1S of Logan Schuhart. And starting 5th in car number 5, qualifying for his first ever World of Outlaws feature, driving the Glen Stires Racing, LMP Excavation, Ackland Insurance, entry from Beachville, Ontario, DJ Christie. The 10-time World of Outlaws champion starts 4th tonight. From Fargo, North Dakota, the nice Queen Atlantis block, Absolute Automation and Security, FieldPools.com, JRC Transportation, High Performance Lubricants, number 15 of Donnie Schatz. And 3rd in the starting order from Worcester, Ohio, driving the NOS Energy Drink, Houseby A Plus Lawn and Landscape, Hannafin Towing, number 18, Sheldon Hodenshield. And the front row for the 15th World of Outlaws NOS Energy Drink Sprint Cars feature to be contested at Ohsweken Speedway looks like this. Outside from Lemoore, California, the all-by-your alternative MVT, Tarleton and Son, Sage family, Scott Boyd family, Complete Parts and Equipment Solutions, number 41, Carson Macedo. And starting on the pole, looking for his 3rd straight World of Outlaws win at this facility. From Watertown, Connecticut, in the shop, Houstons.com, BillionAuto.com, Prosper Real Estate Investments, JRC Transportation, Jackson Motorplex, number 2, David Gravel. We'll start 27 cars. We'll race 35 laps for a $20,000 top prize. Connor Wade, this evening's Wix Filters, what to watch. You gotta watch those 2 guys on the front row, of course, but how about the man starting 3rd who charged from 7th in the Toyota Dash?
Yeah, most definitely Sheldon Hodensshield's been one of the hottest cars in the country, most definitely the hottest car on the World of Outlaws Tour the last couple of weeks. Ended up with a top 10 finish during the Kings Royal week on Saturday. Not exactly what he was looking for, but still don't forget the speed this NOS Energy Drink 18 has had. Sheldon obviously watched his dad come and race at Ohsweken quite a bit growing up as a kid, and now has gotten to turn some laps himself at this racetrack a couple times throughout his career. So he'd love a win at this place, and obviously going 7-3 right there in the Toyota Dash, a big sign that he can pass the race cars necessary to win this feature.
The man starting directly behind him is qualified for his first World of Outlaws feature this evening, and he's done it in a big way. He'll start 5th in the feature, DJ Christie.
And Ohsweken Speedway, like we've talked about, a bit of an equalizer, the way the surface is at this racetrack. Not a lot of grip, gets very, very slick, and that allows guys that race here on a weekly basis, on a regular basis, that don't typically run anywhere other than Ohsweken and don't necessarily always run 410s, an opportunity to compete against the best sprint car drivers in the country. So Christie's been fast tonight, really ever since qualifying. The couple times I've talked to him, he's been like, man, just got some secrets that we know from running this place so much that I think we can use to beat the Outlaws. And they changed Jacob ladders and did some other stuff with that race car in the pit area throughout the night. So he's been fun to watch. Great opportunity here in his first Outlaw feature to bring home a good finish, starting 5th.
Talk about Ohsweken Speedway and its tendency to get very slick. 2 drivers that are excellent on slick racetrack start side by side deep in the field in row 10. Dale Blaney and Christopher Bell in the Don Kreitz 69K.
And not just those drivers themselves good on slick racetracks, but the cars themselves. Obviously, the number 10 that Dale Blaney's driving, the car that he beat the Outlaws in at Sharon last season. Very unique race car that his brother Dave Blaney built. For those that haven't seen it in action with the Outlaws before, the wing is off-centered. It kind of leans towards the right. The rear end is pushed out a lot further. The right rear pushed out a lot further than a standard sprint car. Big right rear shock. And then the 69K of Christopher Bell. Obviously, that car just excels on slick racetracks anywhere it runs. Usually bigger tracks like Williams Grove or Volusia Speedway Park. We've seen him have good runs at Knoxville, but Christopher Bell coming to Ohsweken for the 2nd time. Won in the SS show here back in 2019. So both of those drivers good on these type of conditions, and I'm excited to see the 10 and the 69K drive to the front in this one.
Let's go back to the front row because David Gravel won the Toyota Dash, but the 41 was getting very close in those last couple of laps.
And 2 guys, in my opinion, that really need wins. David Gravel's not won a race since June 26th. He's looked about as human as he's looked at any point in the last 2.5 years, my time covering the World of Outlaws. And then Carson Macedo not only hasn't won since June 7th, but hasn't even been on the podium since that night in Angel Park, Wisconsin on June 7th. So these are 2 drivers that are, near the top in point standings amidst that championship battle. Obviously, Gravel leading it, Carson in 3rd, and 2 guys that are looking to prove, hey, we're just as good as we were early on in the season.
Donnie Schatz on the outside of row number 2 hasn't won since Talladega early in the season, went winless last year with the World of Outlaws. This is the kind of place where Schatz could be a contender late.
Most definitely. He's another guy that's really good on a slick surface. He leads the all-time wins list here at Ohsweken with the World of Outlaws with 4 trips to victory lane. It's been 8 races since Donnie's last top 5 after starting the season so strong. 10 top 5s on the year, 27 top 10s. But looks back to form here tonight after some struggles the last couple of weeks. Like he told us earlier, his crews worked really hard. Barry Jackson's been trying some things. Hopefully they found something here tonight.
Skylar G, Canadian, inside of row number 4, had not raced at Ohsweken until the World of Outlaws Federated Auto Parts Six Nations Showdown last year. He's lining up in a great spot in the Wheeler Motorsports number 16C, as good as we've seen that car look all year.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. So obviously, Skylar jumped into that car early on in the season around May, so it's never ideal to jump in a race car, a third or fourth of the way into a World of Outlaws season, but that's what he did. Obviously, it's that team's first year on the road. They're getting better. Skylar's gotten a little bit faster each night in that race car.
It is time to fire the engines for the Federated Auto Parts Six Nations Showdown at Ohsweken Speedway.
and your family dog.
27 cars underway at the Ohsweken Speedway. We talked about the 3 provisional starters for the World of Outlaws here this evening. Well, 2 of them using their final provisional for the entire year. Connor Morrell in the 28M and the 7S of Chris Windham now out of provisionals for the rest of the year with the World of Outlaws NOS Energy Drink Sprint Car Series. Drivers finding their proper starting positions behind the Toyota Pace truck and the Ohsweken Speedway Pace vehicle. They make their way into quarter number 4 and get the signal to show you the most awesome sight in all of motorsports. Sprint car racing's very best have assembled 4 wide. This is their salute, their way of thanking you for your attendance this evening. We want to see the cell phones come out. We want to see the lights come on. As they pass in front of you on the backstretch, front stretch, get ready. Let them know you appreciate their efforts to entertain you here tonight. Ohsweken Speedway, you wanted the best, you got them 4 abreast, often imitated, never duplicated, the greatest show on dirt, the World of Outlaws NOS Energy Drink Sprint Cars!
Monday warrior, mean strike, today's Tom Sawyer, mean pride.
Drivers now make their way back to side-by-side formation. Caution lights out. Green flag on the Federated Auto Parts Six Nations Showdown. Next time by, race fans, I'd like to have everybody please move back away from the fence. Take your seats in the grandstand. We thank you for your cooperation in that matter. We need everybody back away from the fence at this time, please. Again, we need everybody to back away from the fence. Thank you. David Gravel and Carson Macedo lead us to the green flag in the Federated Auto Parts Six Nations Showdown. Those two race side by side into turn one. Down low, David Gravel. Up top, it is Carson Macedo. Macedo has the advantage as they reach the midpoint of the back straightaway. Gravel back to the inside in 3 and 4, but Carson Macedo leads the opening lap. 3 wide, oh, nearly got together there. DJ Christie coming after Sheldon Hodenshield. Hodenshield currently 5th, Christie in the 6th spot. Logan Schuhart racing with the 15 of Donnie Schatz. That's the battle for 3rd out of corner number 4. Schatz able to fend off the challenge, at least for the moment. Sheldon Hodenshield to the top out of corner number 2, trying to track down that Shark Racing 1S. Schuhart to the inside of Schatz, can't make the pass for the 3rd spot. Carson Macedo out in front now over David Gravel by more than 1 full second. Schuhart to the inside of Schatz, again looks for 3rd. Again, Schatz has the run, but this time Schuhart makes the pass stick. Logan Schuhart moving up to 3rd in the 1S. Caught a glimpse of Sheldon Hodenshield closing in on Donnie Schatz as well. Schatz works the cushion out of turn 4. Sheldon Hodenshield down low. Schatz continues to hold 4th. Leader closing in on the back of the field with 5 laps down, soon to be 6. Chris Windham, 25th to 15th in the first 5 laps. Leader Carson Macedo. Traffic now right in front of him out of turn 4. Ashton Torgerson racing for position with the 22 of John Preston right in front of the leader. Macedo, a great move to split those two. Sheldon Hodenshield all over Donnie Schatz racing for the 4th spot. Sheldon down low out of turn 4. David Gravel still 1 second. Caution flag waving, slowing in turn 4. It is the 16C of Skylar G off the pace. G had been racing in the 10th position before the car came to a stop. So the caution flag waves with 8 of 35 laps complete in the Federated Auto Parts Six Nations Showdown. Carson Macedo has led from the drop of the green flag. David Gravel runs 2nd, Logan Schuhart now 3rd, Donnie Schatz 4th, and Sheldon Hodenshield 5th. Running 6th, it is Bill Baylog, DJ Christie is 7th, Buddy Kofoid is 8th, Dylan Westbrook 9th, and Nick Sheridan in 10th. In the first 8 laps, Chris Windham, who used his final provisional of the season to start 25th, will restart in the 14th position. 25th to 14th in 8 laps for Chris Windham in the Sides Motorsports 7S. A look at Windham. Jason Sides, the car owner. We mentioned earlier, won with the World of Outlaws here in the series debut at Ohsweken. Victory lane for Sides multiple times with the World of Outlaws here. Carson Macedo, race leader, choosing the inside lane for the upcoming double file restart. Report from the Federated Car Care Work Zone. nozzle line off of the 16C for Skylar G. Crew going to work to try to get that repaired and get Skylar back on the speedway. Skylar G back on the racetrack. He'll take a spot at the back of the field. Caution lights about to go out around the Ohsweken Speedway. We'll come back to the green flag the next time. Carson Macedo, the race leader. '17 Northern Nationals winner. Has not won here with the World of Outlaws. Career best finished third on the opening night here last season. Macedo waits, brings us back to green flag action. Big move on the restart by Logan Schuhart to get to second. Donnie Schatz challenging for third. Gravel trying to get back at Schuhart. A three-car race for second down the back straightaway. Logan Schuhart, David Gravel, Donnie Schatz. Now Sheldon Hodgkill trying to slide up in front of Schatz for the fourth spot out of turn 4, but the caution flag waves. Car spinning into the infield. It is the 28M of Connor Morrell. Damage to the front end of the 28M. And so under World of Outlaws rules, we have a caution due to contact on a double file restart, and that means the upcoming restart will be in single file formation. So Connor Morrell's 28M about to make its way to the Federated Car Care work zone. As mentioned earlier, Morrell used his final provisional of the season to start this feature. The 28M in the Federated Car Care work zone, 2-minute clock is running. The Jason Johnson Racing, number 41. Connor Wade mentioned looking for his first victory and first podium since June 7th. Less than 1 minute remaining of the guaranteed time in the Federated Car Care work zone. The 28M of Connor Morrell. Repairs have been made to the 28M. They'll get the car pushed off and get it back onto the speedway. He'll take his spot at the rear of the field. Had to get the car turned around to get set to roll onto the speedway, and now Tubba Towels 28M emerges from the Federated Car Care work zone, takes its spot on the speedway. Caution lights on around the Ohsweken Speedway, set for the restart with 8 of 35 laps complete in the Federated Car Care. In the Federated Auto Parts Six Nations Showdown. Connor Morrell makes his way out of the Federated Car Care work zone. We come back to the green flag. David Gravel on top in 1 and 2, down low. Logan Schuhart. Gravel hangs on to second and now trying to make the move. Sheldon Hodenshield caught the wall on the back straightaway. Garrett Williamson's, 17B Bill Baylog, and 83 Buddy Kofoid battling for the 6th spot. Sheldon Hodenshield back around Baylog, maintain 5th. Baylog down low into turn 1. Baylog makes the pass, can it stick down the backstretch? Sheldon right there with him. Sheldon slides up in front of the North Pole Nightmare. Baylog turns off the banking, but Sheldon Hodenshield retains 5th. DJ Christie and Buddy Kofoid. Baylog again to the inside of Sheldon for 5th in 1 and 2. Baylog on the very bottom on a corner number 4, but Sheldon Hodenshield holds on to the 5th spot. DJ Christie by Buddy Kofoid. Christie now into 7th. "13 laps complete. Lead for Carson Macedo, a 1.5 over David Gravel. Traffic once again in front of our race leader. The first time Carson Macedo encountered slower cars, he was able to split 2 of them coming into corner number 3. Macedo working traffic now, slides up in front of Ashton Torgerson. David Gravel trying to close the gap. He was able to take a couple of tenths off of the lead of Carson Macedo. 15 laps down, 20 laps to go, and David Gravel now getting closer to the number 41. Gravel again, closer yet as they reach turn 3. David Gravel with a run on the leader down the front stretch into turn 1. Gravel side by side with Carson Macedo. David Gravel to the lead at the end of the backstretch. 18 down, 17 to go, and David Gravel out in front, and now Logan Schuhart right there with Carson Macedo. They nearly touched wheels at the end of the front straightaway. Schuhart to the inside, makes the move for second. Logan Schuhart to second at least as they reach into turn number 3. Schuhart now to the bottom of the speedway out of turn number 4, trying to catch up with David Gravel. Carson Macedo drifts high out of turn 2. Logan Schuhart second to the inside in turn 3. Macedo up on the cushion. Donnie Schatz getting closer to third place Carson Macedo. 20 laps complete, 15 to go in the Federated Auto Parts Six Nations Showdown. Schuchart low out of turn number 4, right there with your race leader, David Gravel. Both drivers get to the cushion exiting turn 2. Sheldon Hodenshield, Donnie Schatz, Carson Macedo nearly 3 wide in the race for the third spot. Sheldon by Macedo. Sheldon Hodenshield to third. David Gravel in front of Logan Schuchart by just 0.6 of a second. Donnie Schatz right on the back bumper of Carson Macedo's number 41 racing for fourth. Gravel now, a slower car between himself and second place running Logan Schuchart, but heavy traffic directly in front of the Big Game Motorsports number 2. DJ Christie now part of the mix racing for the top 5. Christie to the inside of Donnie Schatz. Move DJ Christie into 5th. Gravel continuing to work the traffic. DJ Christie to the inside, looking for 4th from Carson Macedo. DJ Christie 4th as they cross the line. Schatz to the outside of Macedo into the top 5. David Gravel now a 1.5 seconds in front of Logan Schuchart with 8 laps to go. Schuchart trying to get by the slower traffic. David Gravel has been excellent in traffic. Gravel extending his lead over Logan Schuchart. 6 to go. See the advantage that Gravel holds over Logan Schuchart now, nearly 2 full seconds. Buddy Kofoid on the move. Kofoid closing in on Carson Macedo racing for 7th, like the low side out of corner number 4. They'll go side by side. 5 laps to go at Ohsweken. Nick Sheridan part of that mix as well, and Sheridan into the 7th spot. Logan Schuchart getting a little closer once again in the very late stages here. Last time still a 1.3 second lead for David Gravel, and again multiple cars between the 2 and the 1S. David Gravel rides right through the middle of turns 3 and 4. 2 laps to go. Gravel slides up in front of Jordan Thomas's number 79. White flag waving at Ohsweken Speedway. Final lap in the Federated Auto Parts Six Nations Showdown. Into the final pair of corners, make it 3 in a row at Ohsweken. David Gravel wins the Six Nations Showdown. Logan Schuchart 2nd. 3rd to Sheldon Hodenshield. A huge wheel stand across the line for DJ Christie with a 4th place run, and Donnie Schatz rounds out your top 5. David Gravel celebrating the win with a wheel stand of his own. Unofficially, your top 10. David Gravel with the win, Logan Schuchart 2nd. Sheldon Hodenshield 3rd, 4th to DJ Christie. Donnie Schatz 5th, Bill Baylog 6th, Buddy Copoit 7th, Nick Sheridan 8th, Cole Macedo 9th, and Dylan Westbrook in 10th. Top finishers make their way to the scales in the pit area. Minimum weight requirement, 1,425 pounds with a driver in the car. Fireworks lighting up the sky on the Six Nations Reserve. As the largest crowd in the history of Ohsweken Speedway watches David Gravel get his 3rd in a row. Third place finisher Sheldon Hodenshield headed back to the front stretch. Second place finisher Logan Schuhart. And there is the Big Game Motorsports number 2. Getting the cars arranged properly in Slack Lumber Victory Lane. And as large a fireworks display post-race as we have ever seen with the World of Outlaws NOS Energy Drink Sprint Car Series, as David Gravel climbs from the cockpit, gets the congratulations from his family and his crew. Hoosier Tire neckband goes on, NOS Energy Drink Victory Lane hat. Gets congratulations from second place finisher Logan Schuhart as they discuss what went on the racetrack. And David Gravel now about to head up top of with the VP Fuels checkered flag to celebrate his 3rd straight win at the Ohsweken Speedway, and son Levi is there with him. We'll get David Gravel around the front of the car, and we'll get the Victory Lane interviews underway just as soon as the fireworks stop here at Ohsweken. Well, David Gravel makes his way to the front of the car. Fireworks still going off in the background, but Connor Wade, David Gravel now 3 in a row at Ohsweken Speedway.
And Ohsweken Speedway knows how to have a victory lane celebration, David. 3 in a row at this racetrack now, but it wasn't easy on you. Carson gets the jump on you and leads around the first half of the race. What came into your hands the second half that allowed you to be better?
Yeah, I mean, just like last year, I felt like we weren't that great early on, and then once we burned this fuel load off, the car comes to life. And you know, Carson was really good with the fuel load, and you know, right about halfway there, the car started coming to me, and got the wing back, and yeah, just for whatever reason, it was like kind of deja vu. So got to thank Cody, Zach, and Luke for giving me a great race car all night long. And yeah, what a night.
It's kind of seemed like it was either down around the very bottom, like Logan Schuhart was doing behind you to get to second, or around the top. And to run the top, it seemed like you had to be on the very high side, especially in turns 1 and 2, or in some cases, kind of both, like you were doing. Was it hard to judge where you had to be, when you had to be there?
Yeah, like I wanted to be bottom of 1 and 2, top of 3 and 4 ideally, but a lot of times there's guys running the bottom and top and kind of to float the middle and kind of slide guys and make them park it on the top and just so I could get my track back. But yeah, I got to thank Nathan Acklin with Acklin Insurance. He hooked me up with a rental car and got us hooked up with the t-shirt deal this weekend, so I can't appreciate him enough. But just got to say hi to Todd, the whole Queering family, everybody at Big Game Motorsports, and everybody at Houston Speedway, Billion Automotive, Jackson Motorplex, JRC Transportation, Prosper Real Estate Investments, Impact Signs, Simpson Racing Products, and Butler Built Seats.
Largest crowd in the history of Ohsweken Speedway tonight, 2 years in a row that the Outlaws have had the opportunity to come back to Canada, back to Ohsweken. What do you think it means for the World of Outlaws to be able to compete here?
Yeah, I mean, it's awesome. I had great memories here early in my career when we would come about every year, and I'm glad we're back again. And to see a packed crowd, last year the crowd wasn't great, and I was expecting way better, and all you fans came and showed out tonight, so appreciate all the love, appreciate all the chocolate milk I got already tonight, and thank you for buying a t-shirt, and hopefully you come back for more, and Glenn keeps raising that purse.
David Gravel gets win number 8 in 2026. Just something about slick and slow racetracks suit the number 2.
Thanks so much, Connor. Second place finisher this evening, Logan Schuhart in the 1S, another driver with experience here that's gotten him to victory lane, but a strong podium finish for the Shark Racing entry this evening.
A much needed return to the World of Outlaws podium for Logan Schuhart. Logan, you worked your way up into the second spot, mostly down around the bottom. What was working on the low side for the 1S?
Yeah, I feel like I'd try to go higher in 1 and 2, kind of float the middle, get up to the top on the exit, and I never really felt like I gained a whole lot. I made a little bit of ground early in the race doing that, kind of getting by guys on the straightaway and kind of taking their line away so they couldn't get to the bottom, but I never really made a lot of hay, running the top of 2. So I feel like the best we were was kind of the middle of the racetrack. Mostly the bottom, but Dave and I kind of got close there in traffic a little bit. We had him on the restart and it didn't stick, but it is what it is. It's a good run, like you said, a needed podium. We've been working on things. Brian, Carly, Bill have been working really, really hard, and just got to thank them for their hard work. We really, really want to get back in victory lane, but and you want it bad for your team. They work their butts off to get this team better, and we've been working at it all year, and it seems like we're gaining on something. So happy about that, happy to be on the podium, even though we'd really like to be in the winner's circle.
Logan Schuhart, P2 tonight at Ohsweken.
Rounding out the podium this evening, the driver of the number 18, Sheldon Hodenshield.
Sheldon Hodenshield was climbing all night long for a 7-3 run in the dash, and after losing a couple spots early on in the feature, you make your way back onto the podium. How would you summarize what allowed this 18 to be able to pass cars tonight?
Yeah, I think we were pretty good. I just didn't do a good enough job there on that first start and lost a couple spots to Donnie in the 1S, and just had to fight back for it. The 17B got under me, and just had to keep fighting and searching. I feel like we searched on the track good, and car was really good tonight, all night really, but we'll just keep pushing this NOS Energy drink, Logan Contractors, Bobcat, Royal Flooring, Morrison, Dak, all these guys, man, they're doing a good job, and we're happy to come out of here with a podium, excited to get to Weed Sport, another slick, awkward track, so yeah, we'll just keep working.
Sheldon Hodenshield, P3 to start the week.
Thank you, Connor Wade. Here is the full field rundown. Getting the win in car number 2, David Gravel. Second to the 1S of Logan Schuhart. Third to the number 18 of Sheldon Hodenshield. Fourth to car number 5, DJ Christie. What a job by Christie in his first ever World of Outlaws feature to come home with a top 5. And in fifth, it was car number 15, Donnie Schatz. Sixth went to the 17B of Bill Baylog. Seventh was the 83 of Buddy Kofoid. In eighth, the 45, Nick Sheridan. Ninth to car number 2, C. Cole Macedo. 10th to 47, X of Dylan Westbrook. Finishing 11th to 41 of Carson Carson Macedo. Macedo gets this evening's Acme Trading Fastest Lap of the Race Award, finishing 12th to 7 NY of Matt Farnham, 13th, and tonight's KSE Hard Charger Award winner, the 7S of Chris Wyndham, 14th to 39T of Corey Turner, 15th to number 10 of Dale Blaney, 16th to 15T Ryan Turner, 17th to 79 of Jordan Thomas, 18th to 23 Garrett Williamson, 19th to 69K of Christopher Bell, 20th to 17 of Spencer Baston, 21st to 41R of Dalton Rombo, 22nd to the 16C of Skylar G, 23rd, the 27 of Emerson Axum. He gets the 5-Star Bodies Rookie of the Race Award. 24th to the 28M Connor Morrell, 25th to 51 Ashton Torgerson, 26th to 28 of Jordan Poirier, and in 27th to number 22 of John Preston. It was Carson Macedo leading laps 1 through 17 and David Gravel 18 through 35. Well, those of you watching on DIRTVision, feature action not done just yet. The Super Dirt Car Series Big Block Modifieds getting set for their feature at Airborne Speedway in Plattsburgh, New York. You can switch over and catch all the action there. On behalf of the World of Outlaws NOS Energy Drink Sprint Car Series and everybody here at the Ohsweken Speedway, we thank you all once again so very much for being here with us. For Connor Wade in the infield, Greg Collin and Adam Ross with the UMP Modifieds, my name's John Gibson. Good night, everyone.
There's a moment behind the wheel of what I've built, where power overrides gravity, and I hit that zero moment. Zero doubts, zero fear, zero competition. No rule or mold I can't break. And limits, absolutely zero. And there's a NOS Zero sugar to get me there.
Looking for a refreshing change? Say goodbye to sluggish performance and reach for the one that won't slow you down.
That's crisp.
Experience the force of clean, pure oil coursing through your engine. No matter what you drive, Wix Filters is the clear choice. Here's to filtration that works as hard as you do. Wix Premium Filters. Performance starts here.
Unveiled at PRI, 5-Star introduced an all-new sprint car body engineered using advanced CFD aero analysis, validated through on-track testing using real-time airflow data.
There's no reason why anybody will want to run anything else than this 5-Star sprint car body.
Designed to fit Maxim, XXX, Schnee Lawson, JR1, J&J, DRC, Spike, and more. 5-Star's all-new sprint car body. The new standard in sprint car technology.
The ultimate dirt racing companion is here. Follow your favorite World Racing Group series and drivers. Get live timing and scoring, low latency track radio, and instant race highlights right on your phone. The all-new World Racing Group app puts dirt racing in your pocket. Don't miss a single second. Download it now on iOS and Android.
horsepower. Built on dirt. This is the world of Outlaws.
The greatest show.
Rolling into Outsweken Speedway, July 25th and 26th. Hear it, feel it, live it.
If dirt was a paycheck, we'd all be leaving here rich tonight. Until that happens, it pays to use Tub of Towels heavy-duty cleaning wipes. At the track, in the garage, or at home, Tub of Towels is tough on dirt, easy on hands, and made in the USA. Tub of Towels, the world's hardest working wipe. Available at all major automotive and hardware retail stores.
You boys up for a challenge? How about this? Anything you can do, I can do faster. Okay, bro. I'm gnarlier than you. I get more sideways. I'm louder. Much louder. I get wilder than you. You sure about that, bro?
Harder.
Slicker.
Cooler.
Tougher.
Let's go.
So what you got?
This has been a presentation of DIRTVision, a World Racing Group property. For information about upcoming broadcasts, follow us on social media, including Facebook, X, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok. You can also watch more than 3,500 classic races and shows anytime at DIRTVision.com or the DIRTVision app.